Morning, gentlemen. How are you? As you can see, we're flying solo today. See if I can handle it. Oh, I didn't put out a damn tweet. Can we do it in 2 minutes? Probably. Good for you, Brian.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Good morning, top of the morning to you. Thanks so much for joining me on the program this morning. We are Miller and Moulton. David is off today. I wish I had updates for you, but quite frankly, I don't. If I get any news, I will pass it along, but I don't know if David will be back this week. I know it's going to be me solo today. I have made plans in case David cannot make it back for the rest of the week. We'll be good Wednesday through Friday, but today was a bit of scrambled eggs. And even though I love my scrambled eggs, and hopefully my daughter will be making them in about 20 minutes, we'll get by going solo. Great show lined up for you today. The magic numbers are 39 and 50. We'll get to the best 50s of all time later on in the program. We'll talk today with Steve Carney. The Rays, a big win last night, an important win last night, because the Yankees did the same, keeping pace in the AL East. The Marlins lose again. So the Fish stumbling out of the break. They stumbled into the break. They're stumbling out of the break. The red-hot Red Sox won again. That's 14 in a row. That's the second longest winning streak in franchise history. They haven't won that many in a row since Ted Williams. It was 80 years ago when they put this type of win streak together. So we will update you on baseball coming up on the show. Like I mentioned, Steve Carney will join us. Angelique Chengelis, our friend from Detroit, who covers the University of Michigan, will join the show to talk about what's going on in Ann Arbor, not just with Ward Manuel's departure, which we had late in the show yesterday. We will definitely get into that. But while we've got her, we'll probably get a little preview on the Blue. They're not one of the big three in the Big Ten this year. Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana are the big three as far as all of the people who cover the sport go. But we'll see if Michigan can be that fourth team, maybe to get a playoff spot, as college football is just 39 days away. And because of that, Bud Elliott, who is covering SEC Media Days, will join us on the show as well. So Steve Carney, Angelique Chengelis, Bud Elliott. Trent Bally will help me out for the bonus hour. That's all you can do. He's an executive now. Tuesdays are very busy for him, and so I appreciate Trent getting in. My goal today, and I tried, because I was putting this together, and Seth's on the show tomorrow, and I love Seth, but there are a lot of sports that Seth isn't into, and I wanted to talk about those today. So I'm like, how do I do this? Well, I tried to pull a little nepotism. I tried to get my kid to come do the show with me. And, depending on how long David's out, Jake may join me on Tuesdays. But he bailed and said, I can't do it. I'm not prepared enough. And I probably should have answered very simply, I haven't been prepared enough in 20 years to do this show. You can give me an hour and 20 minutes, because that's all I was looking for. I was looking for him to get me to 7:20 when he leaves for work, 7:30 thereabouts, and then I can ride free for the rest of the show. But he bailed. I thought I'd talk a little SEC with him. That's his wheelhouse, because the SEC Media Days got going yesterday. And that's where I want to start, because Greg Sankey spoke yesterday. And I don't put a whole lot into the notion that the SEC is splitting away. Now, the president of the University of Georgia is the one that put this idea out a while back. In the Uri Moorhead is the president of Georgia, and he suggested that unless there's some sort of intervention from the federal government, the SEC may look to do their own thing. And I think this is a stretch where I'm going, but hear me out. And on 21,000, the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line, or twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, youtube.com/Miller and Moulton, where you can see me, some bourbon bottles, and a picture of Secretariat all behind me, along with some family photos, amongst other things, in the background here at the home studio. You can tell me if I'm nuts or if you think there is some there. But the SEC and breaking away. And this all came about because they want some congressional intervention, but they don't like the bill that Senator Ted Cruz and there's another that he's working with are trying to put together. They are trying very desperately to put their stamp on this. And they're not getting everything they want. Although some ideas were floated yesterday that came about, and we'll get into that with Bud Elliott, but some talk of leagues can't go more than 19 teams. And if you leave a conference, you have to be independent for 5 years. I mean, that's a death sentence. You can't, for Miami or Florida State, if they wanted to get into the SEC, for Clemson, they're going to go independent for 5 years? Basically, they said, Notre Dame, you can join a conference. Everybody else, you're effed, stay where you are. And the money's not the same. So, with the SEC saying we are in talks, and Sankey was asked, and I think it was a little bit of the perfect question for him, but he confirmed that there have been real conversations about whether or not the league should break away. And I don't buy it. And let me tell you why. Now, I understand why most of you hated Live Golf. And this is a bit of a reach. I told you that. But when Live Golf broke up the PGA Tour, all of the people who follow the sport and many who didn't came down hard upon Liv. Now, the majority of it, I do believe, is where the money came from. It came from Saudi Arabia. You called it blood money. And by you, I mean those that were against it. Because I was never against Liv Golf. It's crumbling. More on that coming up later in the show. But the Liv Golf idea, and, because if you look at rebel leagues, the AFL got to merge. The ABA got to merge. The USFL, hell, that was a minor league that stole some players. But if the SEC were to start their own thing, I'm just curious, SEC fan, if you had your own league and your champion, I guess you'd be, this would be like UCF's year where they called themselves national champions and they went undefeated. If you win the SEC, would this be one of Alabama's championships in the 40s? I'm curious what the SEC fan thinks about the idea of breaking away and the timing of it. You're without a national championship in the last 3 years. Let's just say you don't win one this year and break away while you're not on top. Look, we all believe, I think we all believe, if not, to me, we should, that the SEC is the best conference in the country. Is it the best conference top to bottom? I'm not sure, because right now at the top, the Big Ten's really good. But it's the deepest conference. It's the most competitive conference from top to bottom. And it produces the most players to the National Football League. But if the SEC were to break away and go off on their own, I'm curious on the text line and in the chat room what you would think of that league. Would it still be the go-to league at 330? What would they do with transfers? Would you have to sign a 4-year contract where you have to stay with your school? Or would you be allowed to transfer once? Would you be able to transfer out of the SEC into the conference that's playing for national titles? One of the things the SEC is being accused of that the Big Ten's been able to avoid in the past couple of years is that the SEC seemingly has the ability to, players are having the ability to leave for not a whole lot of money, and they are being accused of not being loyal to their school. Doesn't mean that it's not happening in the Big Ten and the Big 12 and the ACC. But for $30,000, some of the Big Ten guys are staying. They're staying loyal, trying to build something. Whereas right now, the perception that's out there, and we all know that perception ends up being reality, is that the SEC player goes to the highest bidder. So Greg Sankey's in a very interesting spot because he wants a 16-team playoff. Tony Petitti wants a 24-team playoff. Well, when the SEC coaches went to 9 games, part of the reason they thought that they were doing that is that they were going to expand this tournament to 16. Who benefits by expanding the tournament more than the SEC? I just got done saying they're the biggest and they're the deepest conference. So if we add teams to the playoff, which conference is going to get more teams in said playoff? Yet this fight between Sankey and Petitti over 16 or 24 is holding back the conference from getting more teams in the playoff. And at this point, that's all that matters. But you haven't won one in 3 years. You haven't played for one now in 2. Greg, be careful. You're the leader of one of the biggest conferences in the country. But you seemingly are on a path that your coaches in football don't want you to be. And now you have presidents of universities suggesting that you should break away. You're caught in the middle. 16 or 24 is the biggest debate in college football right now. I'm for 12. What else is new? It's not going to stay at 12. But Sankey can hold the sport hostage trying to get what he wants, even though it's not necessarily what the football coaches in his conference want. They gave up their power to you when they went to 9 games. And now you talk about strength of schedule and how deep your conference is. Is it that much harder for Georgia and Texas adding one conference game? I don't know. I don't think it's as tough as you make it out to be. Miller and Moulton. That's my thoughts on the SEC. And I think you know by now I love the conference. I love everything about their games on Saturday. But I think they're caught between a rock and a hard place with the 12, 16, 24 debate and their commissioners not doing what the coaches want. Steve Carney will join us to talk some Rays in the 7 o'clock hour. Angelique, Chengelis, and Bud Elliott in the 8 o'clock hour. Trent Bally will join us for the bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Tim, I have no idea. I don't know. That doesn't make total sense that it's a restaurant group because there are so many other days out there. I mean, do you think the restaurant group had anything to do with No Pet Store Puppies Day? So I don't know. I don't know. By the way, the answer to your question, Jets, because I can't really type and do the show, unfortunately. I can just kind of pierce over at what's going on in the chat room. And I apologize already for not being able. It's going to be hard for me to, unless it's really about the segment, I'm probably just going to glance and go away. But the answer is Sham, New York Jets. Sham ran the second fastest Derby. Most underappreciated horse probably in the history of the sport because he didn't win a damn thing. If he won, he didn't win any of the Triple Crown. Got wasted just got blown out in the Belmont and ran two really close races in the other two. I know that because my grandfather lost a lot of money on Sham. The old man was still married to my mother at that Derby, and he won a lot of money on Secretariat. Only Derby that my parents went to. My grandparents used to go every year and bring a different kid, and that was the year that my parents went. That is unfortunately, my cousin, little scumbag that he is, and he's a step cousin too, drank it. This is a Jim Beam bottle from the 95th Kentucky Derby. Unfortunately, it's empty. If it had booze in it, it might be worth a shekel or two. It is a cool bottle. I agree with that. So I made the shelf. Oh, I thought you knew, Jets. I thought you were throwing a little trivia at us. I was there for you. Yeah, I kind of figured as much because my mother-in-law has not said anything about it being that way, and that's kind of her job in life to say things like that. Racer, that's some interesting points. I just think, and that's why I'm curious, like what SEC fan thinks about it. I don't know, John. You know what? You're going right to where my head is. I've got two food things coming next, right at you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Tuesday edition of the show. Had to remember what day it was for a half a second. David is out for a bit. That's all I know. He's on I don't know if it's the 10-day IL. I don't know if it's day-to-day. We'll keep you posted. I know that he's not here today. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be here tomorrow. So that's where we're at right now. As I mentioned, I tried to get my son to do a little father-son thing for a few segments to get us started, but he said he wasn't prepared enough. I laughed at that, having done this for I guess I've done it for over 20 years. The end of this week, and I'm really hopeful David can at least do Friday's show because that will be 20 years for Miller and Moulton. On and off, there have been some sabbaticals with some people telling us they didn't want to give us a microphone for a while. But 20 years, we started 2006, July the 24th. So I was very hopeful that the two of us will get to that date. We'll keep you posted as the week goes on. But a couple of things today off the beaten path. And we got a lot of sports to talk about. Steve Carney, Angelique, Chengelis, Bud Elliott, all upcoming. Red Sox with their streak, 39 and 50. The magic numbers will get you through the best number 50s of all time later on in the show. Was talking about the SEC breaking away. I think it's a bluff. I have to be brutally honest. If they do it with the Big Ten, that's one thing. If there's a super league next decade, That's another thing. Like, we believe, and David and I have said that for a long time, when these current television contracts are up, we think that will happen. But remember, the SEC is in bed with ESPN, who has the playoff. So realistically, could you see the SEC breaking away from their TV partner? Because I would think that would bring up a renegotiation clause. I think it would put a lot of things in effect. But if they're breaking away, how does the playoff work? How's ESPN handle that? I don't think they'd be too keen on this. So that, to me, is all part of it. But I have another bigger problem right now. And I normally don't, get involved in the world of Hollywood and actors because I don't really care. But Will Arnett said something on a podcast last week that I guess bothers me a little bit. He said, everybody hates shoestring fries. If you serve me what they call shoestring fries, we have a problem. He argued that they aren't fries and claimed restaurants are serving them are being lied to by the people around them, that they're not fries. Sparked a hell of a debate. Because today, after all, is National Junk Food Day, and I would, the potato people, Idaho might not be happy with me, but I would consider French fries junk food. I mean, they're not, Takis that the kids all eat today. They're not, is pizza junk food? Pizza rolls are junk food. I love those. I don't know if pizza is junk food. I think that's pretty harsh. I think there's some pizzerias that wouldn't take too kindly with what they serve being called junk. If I told that to Grandpa in Bonita Springs, he might come at me with a meat cleaver. But it really got me thinking. I don't know. I'm guessing we've done a French fry poll before. And we could do an SEC leaving poll. And we may have both today. But I like a shoestring fry. I mean, is a McDonald's fry considered a shoestring fry? Because that's a thin fry. If you were just to rank them from your fast food joints, Wendy's has got a little fatter fry. You've got Chick-fil-A that has the waffle fry. And then you've got probably a couple of the places that do those crinkle fries. So I'm a little upset with Will Arnett and this whole idea that a shoestring French fry is not a fry. I believe that it is. I like a nice thin fry, a nice crispy thin fry. Are you on Will's team or my team? 21,000 Pelican Roofing of Florida text line, Twitch and YouTube chat rooms. But National Junk Food Day, and how do I not have David with me on that? So, Sonny points out Arby's has a curly fry. So I don't know what fry wins. But when asked in a survey, 22% preferred thicker cut steak fries the most. Curly fries got 21%. No preference also got 21%. The crinkle cut got 19%. A waffle fry got 12%. One of the places I love to eat at, they switched fries on me. They used to have a nice, thin, crispy fry. They went to a crinkle fry. Caught the wife and I by surprise Friday night. Sat down to get a burger and a fry, and here comes a crinkle cut. These days in the fast food world, I'd go with the Five Guys fry. I know that's like, what is that, gourmet? What do they call that? That's not fast food. Fast casual, I believe, is the name for it. So your Five Guys fry, that's the middle cut. Probably the best fry going in the fast food type world today, in my opinion. But Will Arnett, if I ever see you, and I probably won't, who knows, could be a trip down Radio Row one of these days. I will challenge you on the shoestring fry. I do like a shoestring onion ring, by the way. But it's National Junk Food Day. Probably could do a junk food poll question, could do a French fry poll question. We'll probably do some sort of an SEC breakaway question. Because I am very curious for the Florida, Georgia, Auburn, Alabama, Texas A&M fan. What is the benefit for the SEC breaking away? If it was on the run you were on where you were winning the title damn near every year, it would make more sense. But at the point when you haven't won a natty in 3 years, and, you know, right now, while the top of the conference seems to be very solid, Texas is the team this year. Do you trust Sarkisian to get you one this year? Do you think Georgia's got enough with the Georgia's an interesting team. They're one of the youngest teams out there, but from games played, they have some of the most experience. A&M's on, to me, a little bit of a rebuild on each side of the ball. No idea what to expect out of Alabama this year. LSU with Lane, did he bring down enough? Oklahoma, to me, is kind of the team lying in the weeds, and I think they're comfortable with that. But Oklahoma plays a big Texas and Oklahoma, the SEC newbies, they've got the big boy games this year. Texas hosting the Buckeyes, Oklahoma traveling to the Big House. Michigan, they're not expected to be one of the top three in the Big Ten. New head coach, what's he going to do with the high-priced quarterback? I think they'll be much better and obviously much better coached than they were a year ago. This has nothing to do with off-the-field stuff. Sherrod Moore was not a good coach. That was a bad setup from the get-go for him. I think this is going to be a much more competent football team. But if they're the fourth best Big Ten team and they take down Oklahoma week 2, that's a dent to the SEC. It truly is. And will the 9 games in the SEC get SEC teams the nod for that last playoff spot? You know, you look at the Big 12 non-conference schedule. There's not much there. I can't see more than one team unless BYU throws up an 11-1 and loses the conference title and make sure they beat Notre Dame in the process. So the bottom end of the playoff, even though we're not even started with the season and 39 days away, to me is already fascinating. The starting 5 will catch you up on what you missed. Next.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
At the end of the calendar year, Johnny Mac. I don't think their burgers are ridiculous overpriced, Tim. I think their fries are. I do think their fries are overpriced. Here's the thing. You almost need to go there with like 3 people because you can get a regular fry and split it with 3 people and you've got plenty. They give you more fries than you could ever eat by yourself. They really do. I understand that, Tim. I know that. I'm just saying that the only way to make the fries affordable is if you go there with friends. Like when I bring my family there, we all get a burger and I get 1 regular fry and it's plenty for 3 people. I don't feel like I'm getting bent over as much as if everybody's ordering their own fry. That's all. I understand how they serve their food. But I don't think their burgers for what you get are they're good. Leave it to Dano to say, I'm not picking your poll. I'm doing something different. Yeah, Adam, we think the Auburn game is a monster game for the Gators. Monster for both teams, for that matter.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
You know, I probably need to change those rejoiners when I see them when David's not here. But we'll get to that at some point. Right now, it is time to get to
the starting five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting five.
Had to answer that poll question first. You know, got to take care of business. I mean, what's more important, the starting five or a French fry discussion? We start with college football. Ward Manuel will step down as the athletic director of the University of Michigan at the end of the calendar year. It was announced yesterday. The school also released a summary of an independent investigation into the culture of a scandal-plagued athletic department. They concluded that the issues were not widespread. Manuel has led Michigan for over a decade, including national championships in both football and men's basketball. Late 2025, the University of Michigan hired the Chicago law firm Jenner & Block to investigate on the Sharon Moore situation and additionally review the broader operations of the department. On Monday, the university released an outline of the investigation that cost the school nearly $12 million. It does not plan to release any additional documents. Neither the investigation nor the culture review found that misconduct was widespread throughout the department, the outline stated. The cultural review found that weaknesses in accountability, organizational structure, oversight, and reporting created conditions in which misconduct was not always addressed consistently, promptly, or in accordance with university expectations. Manuel was set to be paid $2.4 million annually on a contract that ran through 2030. No details of the buyout were available, and the university declined further comment. And what seems to be a trend in Michigan lately, Manuel was fired upward. He will serve as special advisor to the president. Recently, Steve Eisman was relieved of his general manager duties of the Detroit Red Wings, only to become senior advisor to the owner. SEC Media Days. Greg Sankey said yesterday he continues to have conversations with congressional leaders about the Protect College Sports Act, but stopped short of saying whether all of the conference's suggested changes need to be implemented for it to support the bill. He also confirmed there have been real conversations about whether the league should break away, as Georgia President Jahir Moorhead suggested earlier this year. Some good news from Missouri. Head coach Eli Drinkwitz told reporters that running back Ahmad Handy has been medically cleared from a bullet wound he sustained in the offseason. Hardy was shot at a concert in the upper leg in early May. Kentucky, Oklahoma, Tennessee, along with Missouri, all spoke yesterday. Today, Auburn, Georgia, South Carolina, and Vandy will talk. The Gators take the podium on Wednesday. Some LIV news for you. A technology that supplied Live Golf with any shot, any time features during its broadcast has sued the league for more than $1 million for outstanding unpaid invoices and lost revenue. The Moby Systems Group Limited filed the lawsuit in district court in Miami on Friday. The suit alleges that Live Golf failed to pay its licensing fee and usage fee for this season. The lawsuit says the league paid all of its invoices for the product in 2025. Live Golf back this week in England for their first tournament in quite a while. Well, LeBron is trying to hold the NBA hostage while he decides to announce where he will play next year. The Heat are the odds-on favorite to land LeBron. They're even money. The Cavs at plus 250, Philly at plus 450, Golden State at plus 600. Adam Silver said last week, I would like him to make his announcement already so we can finish the schedule. His agent Rich Paul said, I think it's important for people to understand we're not making this about attention and a spectacle. It's not about a decision or anything like that. He has a choice to make. He has a business choice to make. We're not going to sit here and decide or allow someone else to decide when he makes that decision. He did that on a podcast with Max Kellerman. Kellerman challenged him, saying some people believe LeBron loves the attention, which Paul flat out dismissed. To baseball we go. The Rays got it going finally last night, beating the Jays 7-1. Nick Martinez pitched 6 innings of 1-run ball. The Rays snapped their 5-game losing streak. Yandy Diaz had 2 hits and scored 2 runs, while Junior Caminero had 3 hits and 2 RBI in the win. Victor Mesa, Cedric Mullins, and catcher Nick Fortes socked solo home runs, and the Rays bullpen held Toronto scoreless for the final 3 innings. Rasmussen on the hill tonight for Tampa Bay. The Marlins lose again 8-5 to the Astros. Jordan Alvarez had his 5th multi-homer game of the season, and the Astros snap a 4-game skid over Miami. Alvarez finished 3 for 4 with a pair of solo home runs. The Marlins jumped out to a lead, 2-0 in the second, but the Astros had an immediate response against Jansen Junk. Taylor Trammell ignited a 6-run second inning with a single, and 2 batters later, Jeremy Pena delivered a grand slam home run. Max Meyer was placed on the 15-day injured list with a neck strain, and Otto Lopez, their all-star shortstop, was out of the lineup for the 2nd straight game. Boston, 6-5 over Baltimore as Caleb Durbin hit his 10th home run in the season in the bottom of the 8th with 2 out over the monster to give the Sox their 14th straight win, the 2nd longest streak in franchise history. 80 years ago, Ted Williams helped the Red Sox to a 15-game winning streak early in the season that still stands as the longest in club history. Wilson Contreras had 3 hits and drove in 2. Aroldis Chapman pitched the 9th for his 22nd save of the season. Gunnar Henderson had 3 hits in the loss. Baltimore catcher Adley Rutschman was placed on the 10-day IL. It's the 3rd time he's been on the IL this season. Guardians smashed the Twins 13-3. A pair of home runs from Petey Halpin and Rhys Hoskins. The Guardians hit 7. It's the 6th time in franchise history they did it. They went 8 deep one time in Milwaukee in 97. Twins starter Joe Ryan matched a franchise record and tied a major league record, allowing 6 home runs. Byron Buxton, who was just activated off the IL, had 2 hits in the loss. The Yankees scored 4 in the first. The Pirates would score 3 in the second, 2 in the third. But the Yankees had 4 more in the 3rd inning and would beat the Pirates 8-5. Jazz Childem hit 2 home runs, which gives him 16 on the season. The Yankees won for just the 3rd time in their past 12 home games. A little bench clearing chat in the 8th inning after a double play. Nothing happened. No one was ejected. Philadelphia, a 10-7 win over the Dodgers. They would score 4 in the 2nd, 4 in the 6th. Trey Turner hit 2, his 199th and 200th career home runs. Bryce Harper went deep. It was his 200th home run as a Philly. Mookie Betts, 2 home runs in the loss for the Dodgers. Turner went 3 of 5 for the night, had an error, booted another ball, and the fans were all over him. He even got a Bronx cheer as he made the final out. Christopher Sanchez went 5 1/3, giving up 3 to earn his 11th of the season. Atlanta, 3-2 over the Braves. Manny Machado hit his 20th of the season, but the Braves would get home runs from Harris and Ozzie Albies to win 3-2. Braves are 3-1 since the break. Kansas City, 4-3 over San Francisco. A squeeze bunt in the 9th, the difference. Milwaukee, 8-3 over the Mets. Joey Ortiz had a 3-run homer. Andrew Vaughn, Cooper Pratt, solo shots to pound former Brewer Freddie Peralta in the opener of a 3-game series. Jacob Mizorowski, who skipped his last start before the All-Star break due to arm fatigue, allowed 1 run after exiting in 4 innings, 65 pitches. The Tigers, 8-6 over the Cubs. Dylan Dingler, 2 home runs and a go-ahead RBI single in the 10th as Detroit survived a comeback from the Cubs. Big night for the Tiger catcher, who had a pickoff play to go along with a 4 of 5 night for Detroit. The White Sox keep on keeping on. Andrew Benintendi delivered a bases-clearing double in the 5th. Miguel Vargas had 3 hits and 2 RBIs as the White Sox top Texas 10-3. They're 1 game ahead of Cleveland in the AL Central. DeGrom, the loser, he fell to 7-6. Washington, a 7-3 win over Colorado. CJ Abrams homered for the 2nd straight game. Cincinnati shut out by Seattle. 8-0. Cal Raleigh with a grand slam in the game. The Athletics defeated Arizona 5-2 in the loss. Nolan Arenado had a double. It was his 2,000th career hit. He is the 6th active player to have 2,000 hits. And the Angels topped St. Louis 3-2. Joe Adell was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded at the bottom of the 9th for a walk-off win. The Angels were 0-48 when trailing after 8 and had lost their last 106 such games. They started the 9th down 2-1. This is getting a little pathetic, but to the NFL we go, at least former NFL players. Tom Brady apparently is considering a move into the WWE. TMZ Sports, they're never wrong, reporting Monday that Brady is involved in ongoing discussions with the WWE about a potential partnership. It would include some kind of storyline for Brady within the WWE. If you saw the Fanatics Fest, he slapped Logan Paul, and then they were flipping each other off at the World Cup final. Really, Tom? Really? Green Bay locked in another starter, Devontae Wyatt, on Monday, a 3-year, $57 million contract extension with a $20 million signing bonus. Some other news as far as football coverage: ESPN has cut ties with Ryan Clark. Apparently news was going to get out, and they wanted to tell Clark before everyone else knew, so they let him know while he was on NFL Live. Apparently, he finished the segment, but not the program. Now, who will he have to blame? Finally, college baseball. Iowa and Kansas will become the first Power Conference college programs to compete at the Field of Dreams ballpark. Iowa announced on Monday the game will be played October 10th between the Jayhawks and Hawkeyes. It'll look a little different than the Midsummer Classic there because, you see, in July when they have the game, the corn looks like, well, corn. In October, it looks like, well, dead corn, as it will be a little more brown than green. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that is the starting 5. 5 big stories and a Field of Dreams park that you needed to know. So the Red Sox keep on keeping on. That's 14 in a row. Tough loss for the Orioles as they battled back and took the lead only to lose it. And then Durbin, who's been red hot. We talked about him yesterday with Tim McCone on the show. He delivers the home run over the monster to give the team the victory. I will say, in reading an article, they're talking how it was like a playoff atmosphere and they're really fired up about trying to make history. I hope that after they lose, because eventually they'll lose, whether they win tonight and tie the record or set it in a couple of days, that they understand there's a lot more to play for than setting a club record. Because while this is all well and good, if they fall apart after setting the record and go back to the way they played, then it's all for naught. But they've got an opportunity here. I mean, we've mentioned the Yankees are banged up. We don't know when Judge is coming back. You can't count on Stanton. A couple of their pitchers will be back, and I love their starting pitching. Love everything about the Yankees starting pitching. It's phenomenal. But they haven't scored a lot of runs. They got hot last night, which was great for them. But that division by no means is set. So I am very curious more about what happens with the Red Sox post streak, as much as I am about how great this streak is for them. As someone who's been fired, I don't sympathize with Ryan Clark much. He was never one of my favorites. But to get fired while you're doing your show and basically having to leave in the middle of the show because, well, they have to fire you before the news gets out. They planned on doing it this morning. For whatever reason, they had to let them know during NFL Live. Ouch. Miller and Moulton. Steve Carney next hour. Angelique, Chengelis, and Bud Elliott in the 8 o'clock hour.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move. From pricing your home to negotiating the best deal, I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and the best personal service. That's the difference.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I'm not surprised in this day. There's so many people that worked at ESPN that stuff leaks out. That's a huge company. That really doesn't surprise me at all, to be brutally honest. That it's not that they couldn't keep it quiet at DC. It's that, as what someone said, Outkick was going to report it. Outkick doesn't like Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark used race for every single argument he had. That's kind of the opposite of what Outkick is. They live for stuff like that. So you think so, huh, Sonny? You sound like my buddy, RCB. He couldn't wait to text me the news. Then we talked about Carl the Truth Williams for a while. Well, happy they've cared what the preseason polls looked like every year, so I don't know why they won't this year.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, thanks for joining me on a Tuesday. David is going to be out the next couple of days. Trent Valley will fill in for tomorrow's show. I don't know beyond tomorrow really what our plans are. I'll know more after the show today. I tried to get my son to do a little father-son for about 5 segments, and he bailed on me. Apparently, it's my fault, and I'll explain that in a moment. But he said he wasn't prepared enough, so I'm shaming him even though he's not listening. I haven't been prepared for 20 years, and I've shown up and done this. So on that note, I try not to be old guy on the porch. And, David tries. I think he does it maybe a touch more than me. I don't know. We're probably about 50-50 when it comes to that. But I saw an article yesterday that I had to bring up and I had to laugh because I know a lot of our audience is our age, even slightly older. I know there are some of you that are younger. So I don't know if the majority of our audience are boomers, Gen Xers, or millennials. I don't think we have a ton of Gen Zs listening to the show. But apparently, the Gen Zs have become the generation that are going to blame their parents for everything. And I'm not making this up. A couple of articles out in the last few days that Gen Z kids blame 25% of them blame their parents for their physical or mental health problems. Now, I know my son blames me for his height. I will say he blames me for a physical problem. He's a touch taller than me. Like he may be 5'8.5". I think he's going to lie and say 5'9", and good for him. But 5% of Gen Zers blame their parents for everything that goes wrong in their lives. Everything. So no self-accountability. It's your fault. And, 25% blame their parents for physical or mental health problems. 17% say it's the reason they struggle in their relationships. And 15% blame their parents for low motivation. Here's the kicker. They've got psychiatrists, psychologists, whatever, agreeing with them. Now, as the Gen Xers like myself are getting old, we really never blamed our parents because our parents weren't around. And yes, the Gen X parents are the parents of the Gen Z kids. My son is at the top end of a Gen Z. I guess millennials would be in there as well. And I think it's a lot, probably a decent amount of millennials. So the Gen Z age group, for those of you wondering, is 27. I think they were born between 97 and 2012. So they're basically 13 to 29. We, as Gen Xers, couldn't blame our parents because we're of the generation where they ran television ads that said, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? We're the latchkey kids. We're the ones that got jobs at 13 and 14. We worked. We put our heads down and did what we had to do. Did we work as hard as our parents? I don't know. Certainly didn't work as hard as the greatest generation that fought wars, and we never had to deal with those things. Our parents had to go to Vietnam. Our grandparents went to world wars. So did we have it as tough as they did? I don't think so. I actually think we had it as good as life gets. We missed cell phones. We really did. When we were in our 20s and our late teens, there weren't pictures at every party. I did laugh because I wanted my son to do a couple segments with me today, and I probably should have let him know what we'd talk about because this would have been one. I did see that 55% of millennials and Gen Z have seen a therapist. I actually think that's a good thing. So if you're getting blamed for things today, you're not alone. But, the one thing I laughed because my son went to see Billy Strings over the weekend. Saw 2 shows. And he's like, Dad, I kind of get this whole jam band thing now. I saw 2 shows. One was completely different than the other, and I want to go back and see more. But he said the best part about the show was that for 2 nights, you didn't see phones all night. People weren't recording the whole show, which is the way of so many concerts now. So I do, I thought that was a good note. And look as someone points out in the chat room, Gen Z hates older people. They think we bought houses for $2,000. I will say, if you look at what a home costs now based on what the income is of people their age, it's far more difficult to buy a house now than it was when I was younger. It is. It ain't close. If you look at percentage of income that would have to go to that, it's tough. It's very tough. But again, it's our fault. So take ownership in that. When your kid blames you today, you earned it, and you're not the only one. Our poll question today has to do with French fries. Will Arnett pissed me off. He said shoestring fries are trash. I think he's wrong. I gave you 4 choices: crinkle cut, curly, shoestring, and I said thicker cut fries. I put in parentheses Five Guys style. I could have put Wendy's style. I think they're very similar. I think Five Guys has the best fry going right now. So those are your choices right now: curly fries, thicker cut fries, in a duel on the YouTube and Twitch fight. On Miller_Moulton on X, and that Mark Miller on X, regular cut fries, getting it done. Text line is open. 21,000 is the number. So a couple people chiming in on the fries of what they like. You know, Will Arnett is wrong. McDonald's shoestring fries is the product that teaches what French fries are. And this is something that I'm glad someone asked, because I'm totally with this texter. When I mentioned in the starting 5 that Adam Silver last week said, I wish LeBron would decide where he's playing so we can put our schedule out. We're really waiting for LeBron to put the schedule out. Is the Christmas Day game with wherever he plays that important? I mean, I guess it is. It shows at 41 how he's still driving that league. And it does make you wonder. And look at there, you know, how much pressure is there on the Wembys, on this Knicks team keeping it going? Because you've got LeBron and you got Steph. There's not much left for either. There really isn't. Could Steph play as a bench guy for a couple of years? I'm guessing that he could. Will he? I don't know. I wouldn't if I were him. But if Adam Silver is holding the schedule until LeBron decides if he's playing in Miami, Cleveland, Philadelphia, Golden State, whichever one it may be, that your Christmas Day game, that's that important of when, I mean, why don't you just put Miami at Cleveland and Philadelphia at Golden State on Christmas Day? You're going to hit somewhere. But you've got all the networks that are deciding what games they're going to play, and we're waiting on LeBron. This seems absurd to me. And yet a 41-year-old's driving the television schedule for a league who's coming off of their best year ever, or not ever, their best year in forever from a rating standpoint. Not just the finals. You can't attribute this all to the Knicks, because the OKC San Antonio series did very well from a television rating standpoint. And if you think about that, that's big. I mean, Oklahoma City and San Antonio rated. That's SGA and Wemby. I get it. But that's 2 markets that typically don't rate. I mean, that's like the Stanley Cup final when you had Vegas and Carolina doing big numbers. To me, that's extremely positive for both leagues. And I guess these networks are probably telling Silver, we need LeBron on Christmas, or we need LeBron here. Amazing to me that he is still holding this league hostage. And he's not, you know, a lot of people thought his decision was going to come yesterday. Many others, Rich Paul, his agent, said he's going to make it whenever he makes it. So that leads you to believe that it's not coming anytime soon. And from where LeBron's at, he says he doesn't, you know, from what LeBron is telling Paul. And of course, I do love Kellerman doing the podcast with Rich Paul and saying, I think LeBron loves attention. And Paul attacked him, and of course he's going to attack him for that. But is he wrong? I don't think so. I think LeBron, every day loves that he is still the face of the league. Is he the best player? No, but he's still the face of the damn league. And I know a ton of you don't like him, and I get it. I've lost my love for LeBron in the past few years. I respect the hell out of him as a player. What he's doing in his 40s, still contributing at the level that he is. I wonder, however, with Bam, if Miami gets him, Bam, Giannis, and LeBron, where does that put them? Because to me, it makes them no better at the top, the fourth best team in the conference. I don't think they're anywhere close to what the big boys are. We shall see. Miller and Moulton. Steve Carney will join us bottom of the hour to talk about the Rays. They got off the schneid last night. Angelique Chengelis at 8 o'clock and Bud Elliott at 8:38 to talk college football. The best 50s of all time. That's next. Miller and Moulton.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for checking in with me this morning. Steve Carney, in about 15 minutes or so. Angelique Chengelis to talk about what's going on at the University of Michigan at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. And Bud Elliott, we'll talk a little bit about the Michigan thing from a national perspective, but I want to get into SEC Media Days, this congressional bill, whatever the hell's happening there, some of Sankey's comments yesterday, and a few other things with Bud as we're 39 days away from the start of the college football season, 50 days away from the start of the NFL season. Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is open, 21,000 the number. The key word is Miller. If you've never texted the show before, someone just let me know that millennials are 40 years old. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I was talking about Gen Z, but I do appreciate you letting me know how old millennials are, which means that you had to have a kid at 27 to have a Gen Z kid if millennials are 40. I get it, and there are some of you that do. I don't know exactly what your point was, but you also put bro in the answer, which is very Gen Alpha of you because, well, that's what my daughter calls me. We have a national French fry debate going on. Will Arnett did it on a podcast, has people up in arms saying shoestring fries are garbage. So we put it to a vote. Regular cut, shoestring, curly, or crinkle cut. Right now, the regular cut, the thicker cut fry, the five-style guys fry, the Wendy's-style fry, that's winning. Shoestring coming in second, combined with the X poll and the Twitch YouTube poll. But it is 50 days away from the beginning of the National Football League season. And for the second straight day, when you talk about 50s in the National Football League, you talk about linebackers in Chicago, because this list starts with Mike Singletary. 10 Pro Bowls, leader of that 85 team. I don't know if there are many other 50s that are worth mentioning in the world of football. You have an old-timer, Alex Wojciechowicz, I think. I could be wrong there. Played for both the Eagles and the Lions, played both ways, went to the Hall of Fame, but hell, I don't even know who that is. But Singletary, 9 All-Pros, Defensive Player of the Year twice. That's your number 50. I mean, that really is where it starts and ends. Basketball would make claim, though. I think there's a basketball player that you can put in the same category as Mike Singletary. And it's David Robinson, the Admiral. Wore the number for his entire career while in San Antonio. Won championships, was a great player. Not a good player, a great player. Ralph Sampson wore it as well. As far as basketball players, I have to include this because if Moulton heard this segment and I didn't include Steve Nicks from the Sixers teams wearing number 50, I think he'd have a little bit of a problem. But, there's some good 50s, but the great 50 is David Robinson. From a hockey standpoint, I went through this list twice. I didn't really see anything that made me go crazy. Jordan Binnington with the Blues, probably the best number 50 in hockey. Baseball, you've got a few. Baseball, Mookie Betts, 2 home runs last night, by the way. Grant Belfour for you Rays, and he wore it 1 year for the Devil Rays. But Mookie Betts has worn it for 13 years. That's a pretty good name to put on your list. Sid Fernandez pitched with a bunch of teams, wore number 50. I'd call him good. I wouldn't call him great. I'm missing one here as I scroll through my list, and I'm trying to find my other baseball one. I thought I had one more good 50 in baseball. J.R. Richard, great pitcher for the Astros, wore 50. But Adam Wainwright, that was the other one, wore it for the Cardinals for 17 years. So there are your 50s. But to me, it's Singletary and David Robinson. That's where I go. If you've got something to contest that, we'll take your comments. Mike Vrabel wore 50 for the record, and Dave Dalby wore 50 as the center for the Raiders. Won 3 Super Bowls wearing that number. Some other, honorable mention 50s. But college football has been on my brain since yesterday when Michigan announced that Ward Manuel was stepping down as athletic director at the end of the calendar year. What I find fascinating about this whole story, and I think the question that needs to be asked, Florida fan, I'll ask you. Miami fan, I don't even think I have to ask you. But college football fan out there, every one of you, would you take what happened under Ward Manuel's watch at Michigan if it produced you national titles in football and basketball? I mean, that's really ultimately where this sits. The other part of this that I do find fascinating, and I mentioned this yesterday late in the show, if we are to believe the outline of what this report from the law firm that cost the University of Michigan $12 million, it was given verbally. Michigan has put out an outline. They are not going to release any other information, which to me is troubling. They are a public institution that spent $12 million. They sent a video to the student body outlining what they were doing, and they put this outline out there. They basically said that Manuel didn't do anything wrong and his leadership was strong. If that's the case, why does he need to step down? He won you a national championship in football. He won you a national championship in basketball. He's helped win other national championships while there. He's changed and transformed the University of Michigan during his time there. He's been there a decade. When he got there, Michigan wasn't winning. Michigan didn't want to do it the way everybody else did. He helped to lead them into the next generation of college athletics. And now they're one of the premier universities in 2 sports. So if by your own investigation, his leadership was good and his work with student athletes was very good, well, then why does he have to quit? You didn't really give us anything there. So for the life of me, I can't understand why it is you're terminating him. Oh, and by the way, why is he then special advisor to the president? Is this a move up? Or is this simply what we all know it to be? You're not firing him because he's going to sue you. And that would be another coach or athletic administrator suing the university. You're already involved in a lawsuit with a coach who said he was wrongfully terminated. I'm trying to figure out how you can play both sides here, Michigan. I really am. If you wanted to come out with your report and say all the things he did wrong and that he's done at the end of the year for a transition, well, that would have made sense. But when you don't hold him accountable really for anything that happened, and yet he has to leave, it asks more questions than it gives us answers. You wanted to win. He helped you win. We know what the answer is, but yet you're treating us like children. Not just your alumni, not just your fans, everybody. Said it yesterday, I'll say it again today. I expect more out of you. I really do. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe in today's world of college athletics, no one should expect more. But accountability should mean something. You've lost yours. Steve Carney next.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Man, I tell you what the primaries I think are August 18th. We can't get there soon enough for me. These ads are killing me. All of these congressional candidates are going to protect our borders, and one of them is going to lower gas prices. I did not know that we're going to still be at war with Iran when this guy gets elected, and he is going to stop it and open the straits. Wow, these ads are terrible. All of them. Every person that's running. It's just gross. Shows what sheep we are as people. And I don't mean you listening. I don't even mean me. But obviously they're being told that that's what people want to hear. It is just laughable. Yes, it is, Deadstroke. Holy cow. It's something. Yes, like that's reason enough not to vote for the guy, right, Mr. Spivey? I'm totally with you. Even my daughter went, "Ooh, well done steak." I'm totally with you. God dang it, that's funny. Hell, this is Southwest Florida, Adam. This is they're trying to feed, raw meat to the lions, basically. That's their move. It's just bleh. It's something. Are you sure, Sonny? Are you sure? Because when you know what the defense, when you know what the other team's playing, it's a little easier to play defense. Come on now. I mean, I heard a great analogy. If you play poker and you win 10 hands in a row and you cheated for the first 6, Did you really win all 10 hands? I mean, this defense of Michigan's got to stop. They cheated. Just admit it. It's okay. They're not going to take the natty away from you. And the evidence is when they were stealing signs and TCU changed all theirs and beat them, think about how good that team was and lost because they couldn't cheat. Come on now. Cash handshake's very different than what Michigan did. You cannot compare the two. UCLA paid players. It's very different.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. David is off today. He will be off tomorrow for certain. Beyond that, day to day, aren't we all? Pelican Roofing of text line wide open at 21,000. Maybe the funniest text we received today just came after I talked about the Gen Zers blaming their parents for everything. Texter says, I haven't heard Ward Manuel blame his parents once for all this happening. Well played, sir. Well played. Steve Carney to join us here in a couple of moments. And Angelique Chengelis, she will join us top of the hour. Bud Elliott, about 1 hour from now, to talk about the Ward Manuel situation, the SEC Media Days, and a few other college football things, all with Bud Elliott in about an hour. Joined now by Steve Carney. You can follow Steve on X at Steve Carney. That makes it really easy. Steve, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Mark. It's good to see you, my friend.
And great to be seen. I wish David was here with us so we could, I made sure that when I booked Steve, the Rays were up 7-1.
I was going to say, we joked about this during when you booked me. I was like, we have to give David a hard time because every time David books me, he books me, usually a day or so in advance, and usually it's before the Rays game starts. And then all of a sudden they end up losing, and so his first question to me is always, why did the Rays lose last night? And so,
well, I can tell you one of the reasons they won last night is they got production out of a spot they're not getting it from, the catching spot. I mean, they got a home run last night. As we're getting closer to the deadline, I really thought, David and I had a little, I don't know about argument, a discussion heading into the weekend, because I thought the series against the Red Sox was huge for the Rays. He's like, I think it's much bigger for the Red Sox. I think you could argue both ways, even after it turned out. But right now, the Rays, they needed last night after losing getting swept by the Red Sox, stumbling into the break with losing their last game to Seattle. So it was 5 in a row. And fortunately for them, the Yankees were playing the Dodgers and lost 2 or 3. But the Yankees are going to get healthier. I mean, this until the trade deadline, until the Rays make a move, this is pretty much their team, right, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. You're 100% spot on with that. This is the Rays team for better or for worse. And, Kevin Cash said as much on Sunday in Boston when they asked him, what was going on that was causing the Rays to have lost 5 in a row. And he's like, we're not getting the type of baseball that we're used to seeing from our players in any aspect. It didn't matter if it was starting pitching, relief pitching, the offense, the fielding, the throwing. It was all not working to what they're used to. And so we saw them right the ship. And, that's what makes Nick Martinez so important to this team. The word ace gets thrown around a lot. I don't like to use the word ace. I like to use the word stopper. The Nick Martinez is the guy you want on the mound after the team is lost, because he's the type of guy that's going to do everything in his power to ensure that loss doesn't extend into his start that day. And he was fantastic last night in Toronto. And I think that his presence, calmed things down, and all of a sudden they found themselves in a position to end that losing streak.
One of the things that I found amazing, here's Martinez, goes 6 innings, gives up a run. In 2026, he didn't have a strikeout. I mean, this was the old, Kevin Costner line, be democratic, throw some ground balls. To not strike a batter out in today's game is wild to me. And the fact that he got through 6 without a strikeout and only allowed a run shows you his command of his pitches, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, he got through 6. I want to say he was in the low 80s when it came to pitch count as well. So, there have been many years, and we've seen guys wearing Rays uniforms that struggled to get through 5 innings with less than 100 pitches. Blake Snell was like that all the time. It seemed like it was like, okay, he's gotten through 5, but he's at like 97 pitches in order to do so. The thing about Martinez is that, he's not gonna strike out a bunch of guys, which you said is kind of weird in this day and age, but that has helped him save the bullets that he needs, so to speak, for this stretch run, where he's not at the 1,500 or 1,600 pitches that some of these guys are at this point in the season. He's a little closer to 1,300 or 1,400 because he's been able to be very efficient with his pitch counts.
And to your point, 82 pitches through 6 last night. So a very reasonable outing for Martinez as he gets the win. And, 7 runs isn't the norm for this team, although there was a long stretch that they were scoring at least 5 in the early part of the season when they were winning games. Mm-hmm. But they did something last night that, quite frankly, they struggled to do. The bottom of the lineup produced. Walls got some hits. The catching spot got a home run. When they can get that type of production with 13 hits last night, this team's tough to beat. So, to me, I still think they need more bats, Steve. Like we had on one of the Neil Solondz the other day, and he's like, I just think they need, I think they need bullpen help. Well, everybody could use bullpen help.
Yes.
And I understand that, but they need more bats, because I read yesterday, and the catcher hit a home run last night. They've had 10 starting catchers in the last 5 years. We've talked about it before. It's a position that they've never seemingly got right. And it's one thing when you don't get production out of the catching. You can make the sacrifice that we want defense first. Well, defensively, these catchers aren't great. They're bottom third guys when you look at their metrics. So is that a position that's available to get better at? And is there a guy you can look at, a team you can look at that we could go here and make a trade?
Unfortunately, the one catcher that I think everybody, all the Rays fans certainly had their eyeballs on, and I'm sure the organization had their eyeballs on because of what happened during the All-Star game, just went on the injured list, and that's Adley Rutschman from the Baltimore Orioles. They have, the Orioles had made a decision to sign Samuel Basallo long term. Rutschman, the former number 1 overall pick, I believe is a free agent at the end of this year. That is certainly and the Rays asked if he would be able to throw or to catch Drew Rasmussen in the All-Star game. That was a big thing for them, and I'm sure that they made that request for a reason. And it wasn't just to reunite a couple of Oregon State guys in the All-Star game. So I think that with him going on the injured list, that's a big minus for will he be back in time to be evaluated to be traded at the deadline? And if he's not, that just makes the price for any other catcher, whether you're talking about Ryan Jeffers in Minnesota or Tyler Stevenson in Cincinnati. Those are 2 other names that I've heard out there that could be available. Their asking price just went up, and so I think that it's just got a lot tougher. I think with trying to look for a catcher via trade with the injury to Rutschman.
Yeah, and the A's catcher, I've seen his name as a possibility, but I don't think he's got a couple of years left on his deal, so that's another one.
Shea Langoliers. Yeah, I think that his asking price might be the highest of all of them.
And I guess I've contested all along too. If I'm the Rays, and I hate to say this, and David and I argued about this a couple of times on the air, you make a trade for a catcher, you get a rise. Like, I'd love to see them get a rise. Like, I think that's the guy I want for Tampa. However, how many more butts does it put in seats between now and when the new ballpark's there? And the answer to me is none. Like, I don't, they're good. They're drawing what they draw. People aren't making the drive to St. Pete. So from a business standpoint, to sacrifice any of the future when you're going to get a new ballpark, and I believe you're going to sell lots of tickets if everything can get done in Tampa, as someone in the front office, I'd be telling them, no, I'm not sacrificing the future. I need to be good in 2028.
Yeah, absolutely. This team, and I remember Andrew Friedman telling me many years ago when he was still running the baseball operations side of things here in Tampa Bay, this team can't just look one direction or the other. They have to be able to say what is good for this team in the short term that also does not handicap the team long term. And the opposite is true as well. When they look long term, they also look for something that isn't going to handicap them too much in the short term as well. And so I think going out there and leveraging the farm now, even though the American League is probably as bad as it's going to be for years, this might be the worst American League, that we've seen in recent memory. We could leveraging the farm get you to the World Series? Yes, it certainly could, but it does not guarantee that you're going to be holding up the Commissioner's Trophy at the end of the year, because the Dodgers in Milwaukee are on the other side, and you still have to beat them 4 out of 7 as well. And they're looking for the same pieces that the Rays are as well. And
if this were the year heading into the new ballpark, I would advocate selling the farm, because you got to sell season tickets. There are business reasons behind it. I can't do that now. That being said, who's the team I'm guessing it's the Yankees, but I'll take the Yankees out. Throw the Yankees out. Who's the American League team that scares you the most for Tampa Bay?
Oh, it's got to be Houston. For me, the Astros are the team that scares me the most, and it's because of that big hulking menace they have hitting second in their lineup. Yordan Alvarez is one of those guys that it doesn't matter what pitcher you have out there, he can hit them. And so it doesn't matter if you've got a guy that's throwing 105 like Jacob Mizorowski, or you've got Nick Martinez out there, or it doesn't matter. That's a guy that my old friend Dave Wills used to say, you circle him in purple, because you cannot let that guy beat you. He is a big monster at the top of the order. You know you're going to see him at least 4 times, and every one of those 4 times he's got an opportunity to put the ball in the seat.
So after losing 4 to the Red Sox, 4 with the Jays, and then the Guardians at home after this little brief road trip to start the second half, you know, they're a playoff team. There's not much doubt in my mind that the Rays would have to crumble something fierce to not make the playoffs. We talked about 92-93 winning the division, but those conversations after the 5-game losing streak, they kind of left my memory. Now it's like, make sure that you stay ahead of the Yankees as long as humanly possible. And it puts, to me, more pressure on them daily. Is that a fair assessment?
Absolutely, because you think about it, if they, as long as they stay ahead of the Yankees, they're going to stay out of the wild card round. That's more time that you can have to set up your rotation, to make sure that guys are rested, and then of course we'll have the question of rest versus rust if that happens. But I'll be honest, I don't want to play in the wild card round. If I'm the Rays, you win the division, you're going to be in the DS instead of the wild card round, and that's one fewer series in the playoffs that you have to win, and and of course you're going to have home field advantages in these series if you don't have to play in the wild card round. That's big.
He's Steve Carney. Follow him on X, Steve_Carney. The last time we had you, I didn't give you time. You've got a new series that you've got out on YouTube. 60 seconds. Go.
Yeah, it's called What the Numbers Tell Me. It's basically taking my love of the data side of things that I get to work with on a daily basis, trying to take some of that data and turning it into things that you've seen as to what's been good and what has not been good for some of your favorite players around the league. I've gone into Matt Olson, to Fernando Tatis Jr., to Kevin Kelly and Chandler Simpson with the Rays. It's quick. It's a quick listen. I try and make it, a 5-minute deal, so you're not sitting there having to listen to this voice for an hour at a time or longer. So check it out on YouTube, What the Numbers Tell Me.
There you go. What the Numbers Tell Me with Steve Carney. Steve Carney joining us here on Miller and Moulton. Steve, as always, thanks for your time. College football, 39 days away. You're going to be really busy very soon with you.
Yes, Army, Navy, and Air Force get going quickly, too. It's going to be a good one.
He's Steve Carney. We're Miller and Moulton. Angelique, Chengelis, and Bud Elliott to join us next hour. We'll talk to Angelique about what's going on in Ann Arbor and Bud Elliott about what's going on at SEC Media Days. Miller and Moulton.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
Buying
sound.
or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move. From pricing your home to negotiating the best deal, I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and the best personal service. That's the difference.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Tell you what, I'm hitting too many buttons over here. Got things scrambling, making myself panic for no reason. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. David is off today. David will be off tomorrow. I will update you when I know more. But it is time to travel to Detroit to talk about the University of Michigan. Angelique Chengelis has joined us for years on the show. She is great at what she does. She covers the University of Michigan for the Detroit News. You can follow her on X at Chengelis, Chengelis, as she returns from vacation, and we have her on the air, basically her first day back. Angelique, thank you for doing this. How was vacation?
It was great. I went to the Open in England and wanted to watch golf, and I face planted at one point, so that made it more interesting. Blood everywhere. And then, all this Michigan stuff, making calls while I'm walking around the golf course or on a bus tour, and it never ends. I feel like I'm always talking to you, Mark, when there's something going on at Michigan.
There's no doubt. Quickly, I know you saw the Open, so that was probably the coolest thing that you did that wasn't the Open across the pond.
Went to Liverpool, which was absolutely, I envisioned it being much more industrial and dark, and it was wonderful, and did all the Beatles tour stuff and saw the Beatles statue, and Liverpool was really wonderful. Manchester was nice too, but Liverpool was I thought exceptional. Very cool.
When I was in England many moons ago, and we never went to Liverpool. Hopefully you did the walk across Abbey Road and got your photo taken. All right, on to the University of Michigan. They have really, they threaded the needle with this one to me, because they spent $12 million to get an oral report so they don't have to deal with Freedom of Information Acts and let people see what was in the reports. Your take on how Michigan, we'll get to Manuel in a second, but just the university and their handling of this report, your thoughts on that?
Look, I don't associate Michigan with transparency very often, and I have FOIA requests, open records requests at Michigan that I filed a year and a half ago, and even in the last year, that have not been fulfilled, and that's sort of their track record, and so this does not surprise me. I never ever thought that Michigan would release this report. It was the right thing to do. They should release it. But, then you just get on Monday, like bullet items from what they want you to see. And that was not surprising to me. It's disappointing, but look, they've got a lawsuit from Paige Shiver. I'm sure they don't want to release it for that reason. They've got another lawsuit with Chris Partridge, the former linebacker coach at Michigan. So there's a reason that they don't want to release it, but I just think in an effort to become more transparent, to be something that Michigan really hasn't been, it would have been a really good place to start. But this does not surprise me.
Okay. Ward Manuel stepping down at the end of the year. This is the part of the outline that kind of makes me laugh, Angelique, because they say he had great leadership. They complimented him in the outline that they put out. He was the athletic director when they won a football and basketball national championship. That seems pretty good. If he was a good leader of student athletes and helped them to 2 championships, well, then why the hell's he stepping down?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really interesting how it was worded that, there was no smoking gun. And that is what regents were telling us last week. There's no smoking gun, no way Michigan was going to fire Ward Manuel with cause. So this is exactly how I thought it would. I figured he would last through the end of the year and then move on. And you read the report and then you watch the video from President Grasso, which I actually thought he was a little harsher, a little more. I thought he came across a little more negative in the video than in what they issued, the bullet points from the investigation. And, they said that they didn't find any, that Ward was a great leader, as you said, but failed to act quickly on wrongdoing allegations. And, then you praised for this. And then it was like, but didn't do this quickly enough, and identifying failures, I think, is how they worded it. But they just could not find one thing that was going to allow them to fire him with cause. And it was all worded very interestingly, and they were all questions that they posed, that the university posed, not that reporters posed or fans posed. So we're only getting little bits and pieces essentially. But yeah, I mean it's all very interesting, and I don't know. I think it's gonna be really interesting to see how these next 6 months go, because Michigan has to hire a new president, and then you're going to get your new athletic director. You're not going to get an athletic director before a new president. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how these next 6 months evolve here.
Well, in a new trend in Detroit and Michigan sports, he's getting fired upward. I mean, Iserman got let go as GM, and he's the special advisor to Elliott, and Manuel is stepping down, and he's the special advisor to the president. So not only are people not getting fired, they seemingly are getting promotions, even though they're being taken out of their jobs. You brought up the new president, and that's interesting because to me, a new president, then a new athletic director. Do you think when these two positions are filled that there'll be a house cleaning in the Michigan athletic department? That's really when what's going to hit the fan, so to speak?
I think that we've seen people leaving, here and there. You just see, like a couple weeks ago, the general counsel, Tim Lynch, suddenly they announced he was leaving for Stanford. You see different people in the football program have left recently. And I'm wondering if that's part of a little bit of a cleaning of the department. But yes, I do. I think that there will be, I don't know about there's people who are very close working with Ward Manuel. Will they stay? My gut feeling is they won't. And it's like, we talk mostly about football and sports. When a new head coach comes in, this person wants to bring his staff. And I assume that's going to be the same with the new athletic director. This person, male or female, has worked with people that they really trust. So you're going to bring those people in with you at your new position. So yes, I do think that there is going to be a bit of a cleaning of house. And this is, to me, this is all what we saw resolved a little bit yesterday. It's just heading toward a reset for this program. And there have been a lot of highs, as you mentioned, national championships in football and in basketball, and also in men's gymnastics, 2 of them, and women's gymnastics under Ward's watch. But this is a chance for Michigan to reset the program, kind of like Kyle Whittingham has been doing in football. I mean, they needed an injection of discipline, and that's what he has brought so far since the end of December to the program. And in a sense, that's what the athletic department needs. They just need an injection of a new energy and new policies, and this is the starting point, what they released yesterday.
And look, this is not a good job. This is a great job. This is an elite athletic director job, because the one thing Manuel did do, and I don't know if it's all him or part of boosters, he brought them into the NIL era, and they didn't want to go full in at first. And they then realized in order to win, you have to. And from a financial standpoint, this is Michigan. The money's there, and I think he does need to get credit for taking them into that era, Angelique.
Well, that's a great point, Mark, but that is part of the criticism. When you read the message boards, it's, well, he didn't get Michigan involved right away. And he didn't, as you said, it wasn't a pause. It was, I remember talking to him about it. He was just like, look, I don't know all the rules yet. It's still very, there aren't any barriers. There's no guidelines. And he wanted to be careful from a compliance standpoint. And look, it did take him a little time, but once Ward Manuel and the program got established with an NIL program, Champion Circle, they went all in. I mean, this program is going to have about $50 million this year, this athletic department. And that seems pretty substantial to me. And their football roster, financially is going to be among the top in the country. And yes, it took them a couple years to kind of really embrace and understand what was going on with NIL. But once they got going, they got going. And I agree, he should be credited for that. And I actually didn't have a problem, with with him being careful at first, because it was fraught with all sorts of, well, is this going to be a problem? Are you going to get investigated for this or that? People didn't know exactly at the start.
And that used to
July
be,
of
and that
21.
used to be important to Michigan. It really did. And people have to, on the outside, don't get it. I'm from there. I understand that breaking rules used to be a big deal there. I don't know what today is, but it used to be different. All right, Kyle Whittingham. I do want to get to this year's team. New head coach. He's got a quarterback that people still don't know about. But this schedule, he walks into a bear. I mean, not only do they get Oklahoma, but they get Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State, 2 of the 3 on the road. They play Penn State. I mean, Michigan doesn't accept 8-4. Here's my question. If you pull a 9-3 on this schedule, is that good enough to get to the playoff?
Wow, that is a good question. It's going to be on the fringe. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I was just thinking about this morning, Mark. I'm looking at the schedule going, what do I think is going to, and I err on the side of this is a really challenging schedule. It is a new staff. This is, Kyle Whittingham certainly has a great track record, but has he coached in the Big Ten? No. I mean, this is a different animal. And that schedule is as you pointed out, and people are going to laugh, but I mean, there's a game at Minnesota, and PJ Fleck can, you never know going to Minnesota. There's all these games that I'm just like, well, this could go one way or the other. I mean, I'm right now looking at, in my mind, 8-4. I could even think 7-5, just because we don't know what this staff is capable of, and as you point out, we don't know what Bryce Underwood, where he's going to be this year. We saw what he did last year, and he was a freshman, and he was 18 years old. So all those things, you put those on the table, but now he's got a year under his belt, and he's been working with Jordan Palmer. Is he going to make a big leap? Because they need that from that position, undoubtedly. So, I don't know, 9-3, that would be a brilliant record if he can get through that schedule at 9-3. That definitely puts him in the running for a CFP spot, but I don't know. I think it's a lot to ask from the first year, but I just think it's a lot of unknowns, Mark, and that's why I'm just waffling on where I think this program's going to go, because I think that there are, you look at linebacker. I'm not sure how strong they're going to be there, and will the edge who transferred from Utah, Daly, will he be ready to go? And Rod Moore at safety. So there's a lot of little question marks, but 9-3, yeah, I think so. But I don't know if they're going to get there.
Right, and Penn State with Campbell there now, so it's a hell of a schedule. She's Angelique Chengelis joining us here on Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape. The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sonny, I don't know if you have any stats to back up what you're saying, but the one thing I think we all know is that how could it not get to baseball? All they care about is players hitting home runs. Defense is sacrificed for hitting for most teams. There are very few teams that value defense first. The Rays are actually one of them, and they're a top 3 defensive team in the league. But, you know, I mean, like Trey Turner last night got called for 1 error, should have been, you know, guilty of 2, I thought, and got a Bronx cheer when he fielded a routine grounder to end the game. But he hit 2 home runs. So, you know, what, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, crud. How did I get that? I think if they're 9-3, they're a playoff team. And I'll explain on the other side. I think I'm fascinated by some things about this year college football. Like, I have trouble seeing, and I'll probably just repeat myself from there, but I have trouble seeing the Big 12 getting 2. Left Twix, I don't know. I mean, they're not, just for what it's worth, they're picked, they're picked middle, bottom of the pack in their conference. I don't. They're picked second to last in their conference. That's by Phil Steele. Second to last. We'll see. If he's not, he's fired. And I don't know what he needs. They're not a playoff team to me. But I mean, South Carolina, they'll start off 3-0 because they play 3 crap teams. At Alabama, that's a loss. At Florida's interesting. Home for Tennessee's interesting. At Oklahoma, probably a loss. They play A&M, they play Georgia, and they're at Clemson. A ton of pressure, but they're the best team, and they've spent the most money, Sonny. By the way, the cat wants to play with its toy. I'm hearing the pathetic meow, which means he's got the toy in his mouth, and he's probably at the top of the stairs hollering at me. Shut up.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Actually, no, it's not. David is off today. He will be off tomorrow. I'll keep you updated beyond that. So, talked Michigan with Angelique Chengelis there. And just to go back, Michigan's schedule is a son of a gun. I mean, it really is. Michigan plays Oklahoma at home. Then they've got 2 games they should win in and around Oklahoma, Western Michigan and UTEP. They start with 4 home games, but then they play Iowa at home. That's no picnic. Then they're at Minnesota, as she pointed out. PJ Fleck can coach. Bye week, home for Penn State. Penn State, a lot of new parts, but that's 5-6 games in for the Nittany Lions. Then they play Indiana at home. At Rutgers, home for Sparty, which is going to be a win, but it's not an easy game for them. And then they finish at Oregon, home for UCLA, at Ohio State. I mean, to me, if they were to put up a 9-3, they're a playoff team. And I bring that up for this reason. Notre Dame has been given a lot of grief about their schedule. And USC dropped them, and they picked up BYU. But Notre Dame, to me, will have so much to do with the playoff teams this year. Because if you look at the Big 12, I don't see the Big 12 having a great shot of getting 2 teams in this playoff. The non-conference schedule for the teams that are favored is substandard. Now, if Texas Tech beats BYU, and let's just say BYU manages to lose 1 game, but it's not to Notre Dame, an 11-1 BYU losing the conference championship, I think gets in. A 10-2 BYU losing the conference championship would be iffy to me, particularly if they lose to Notre Dame. So the BYU Notre Dame game, to me, is how the Big 12 gets 2 teams in. Notre Dame also plays Miami and SMU. If the ACC is going to get multiple teams, well, you've got your conference champ. Miami's picked to do that. Miami's non-conference schedule is Florida A&M, Notre Dame, and Central Michigan. So without beating Notre Dame and not winning the conference, can you guarantee Miami's in? With a 2-loss? Maybe. I mean, Miami's got pedigree. They got to the final last year. So sure. SMU. They're picked second in the ACC. Well, they go to Notre Dame on November 21st. So the ACC, are we sure they're getting multiple teams? 1 big game, Labor Day weekend, Clemson at LSU. Clemson wins that game, which I don't think that they will. But if Clemson wins that game, then that bodes well for the ACC. Louisville plays Ole Miss that weekend. These are big games for the ACC. Because I don't see Pitt representing the conference. I don't see Virginia representing the conference, although they think they're going to be pretty good. Virginia Tech, we'll see what James Franklin does there. NC State, Durbin thinks he's got the best quarterback in the conference. Maybe the best in the country. Well, NC State, they're at Vanderbilt September 19th. So when you look at the ACC, are they a 2-team conference? So I think Notre Dame holds a lot of cards because just look at this logically. We think 3 from the Big 10. We think a minimum of 3 from the SEC. All right, we're at 6. Group of 5, 7. Big 12 champ, 8. ACC champ, 9. I think Notre Dame's going to make the playoff this year. That's 10. So when you start looking at these non-conference schedules and already how ESPN has stacked this football power index. USC, they're picked to finish 4th in the Big 10. That's a brand. And there's no Notre Dame on their schedule. So when you look at USC, if they can rebound, they play a bunch of junk non-conference. They host Oregon. They host Ohio State. They go to Indiana. If they get one of those 2 and put a 10-2 on the board, USC's in the playoff. If they lose all 3, what's their signature win that puts them in? I don't see it. At Penn State? Really? So a Michigan 9-3 with their schedule. And look, I think it's a daunting task for the Wolverines to get to 9-3 rather. But Oklahoma, Indiana, at Oregon, at Ohio State. If they get to 9-3, they're beating one of those teams. So this, to me, already heading into the season, there's a lot of talk, and we've always said it takes 10. I think this is the year that a 9-3 gets in. And I think if you're LSU, Tennessee, Florida, you can look at what's ahead of you, and 9-3 can be good enough. Will the SEC with 9 games beat themselves up more? I'm not sure. In some cases, for some teams, but not at the top. But when you look at what's going to make the playoffs, Texas, yeah, they're picked to be one of the top teams in the country, but they play Ohio State. They're at Tennessee. They've got the neutral site game with Oklahoma. They play Florida and Ole Miss and at LSU. And don't forget about at A&M at the end of the season. So this, to me, is the year that 9-3 gets in. And what will the committee do with Big 12 teams that don't really play anybody? When you look at the Big 12's non-conference schedule, there's not a lot of meat on the bone. Arizona State plays Texas A&M. Arizona State lost their quarterback. They're not expected to be very good this year. So where's the Big 12 victory outside of their conference that is going to catapult someone into the discussion for making the playoffs as a non-division, non-conference champion team? And I think Notre Dame playing SMU and Miami. Well, if you lose the conference and you lose a couple games in conference and lose to Notre Dame, well, you're already behind the Irish. Are you behind a 9-3 LSU? Are you behind a 9-3 Michigan if it were to happen? So I look at this college football season and I really wonder if I'm the ACC and particularly if I'm the Big 12, what there is out there to get me in the postseason. And, Texas, Sarkisian already went after Texas Tech in their schedule. He was right in doing so. But we've always lived under this umbrella that if you get the wins, you get in. Well, Texas Tech plays Sam Houston State, Abilene Christian, and at Oregon State for their non-conference games. Utah has Arkansas, Utah State, and Idaho. So I am very curious. 10 has always been the benchmark. Is this the year? And what will that committee do? And I know we're 39 days away from even playing a game. But these are the questions that I have heading into the season. And the narrative that ESPN, who runs the sport's going to give you all year. And the committee has always seemed to do kind of what ESPN tells them. They don't act very independent. Miller and Moulton. Miss any of the show? Downloaded at all the usual spots. Steve Carney joined us. Angelique Chengelis joins us. Bud Elliott on the other side. There has been a hot and heavy debate over French fries. So we have a French fry question. Crinkle, curly, shoestring, or your thicker cut fries? That's what you vote on. That Mark Miller, Miller_Moulton on X. Bud Elliott's next.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And Left Twix, I'm the wrong guy to ask about Colorado. I don't care about Colorado football. They're not supposed to be good. There's 130 teams. I pay attention to as many as I can, but I have to be brutally honest. I don't pay attention to the bottom half of the ACC, and I don't pay attention to the bottom half of the Big 12. Well, Sonny, I hope we hold you to all these upsets you have. You got Texas losing to Tennessee. You got South Carolina beating Georgia. Okay. And for a Detroit guy, you have this fake Southern accent when you type that I find funny. Mark, I'm so sorry to hear that. Very sorry to hear that, my friend. Hang in there.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton. David off today, David off tomorrow. Anything beyond that, I will let you know when I know. That's as good as I can do. Send your well wishes his way. All I can tell you is that he obviously needs him. You're all aware of what's going on. David and I both battling cancer. Mine's going better than his. That's all I can say right now. And our thoughts and prayers, obviously, with David and his family. Time to talk some more college football. Bud Elliott, the Cover 3 podcast. It's the best college football podcast out there. His summer school stuff is great. They're moving into the season. We've got media days going on at the SEC. We just had the ACC, the Big Ten next week. 39 days away from week 0. Bud, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Mark. First thing first, right? Prayers up. We're all rooting for him, pulling for him.
All right, I got a little complications with Bud here. Give me a second. This is the fun part about doing a solo show, is that not only do you have to sometimes do things on the fly, you actually have to do production while doing the show. So let's see if I can reconnect with Bud here, as the Bluetooth didn't seem to want to work all that well. And all right, buddy, you there? Bud, do I have you?
You do. You got me?
Yeah, there we go. Your voice was off for
go.
whatever reason. So now we got a little better. All right, 39 days away. But I just made a case that, to me, Notre Dame holds a lot of cards this year. Because I know you've pointed this out on your podcast. The Big 12 non-conference schedule sucks. So unless BYU beats Notre Dame and loses the Big 12 championship, I don't see a lot of paths for the Big 12 getting more than one team. But Miami and SMU play Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame's going to have a lot to do with who the playoff teams are this year.
You're exactly right. I mean, Notre Dame basically has a 3-game schedule, right? It's Miami, SMU, and BYU. I could see a fringe case where I do think the committee still largely ranks on win-loss records. So if you had a Kansas State go 12-0 and then lose to Texas Tech in the conference title game, go 12-1, I don't think 12-1 is getting left out.
I agree.
Right? I just think the committee's going to respect the loss column probably more than it should, because I don't really know who that 12 would come against. But I think it's really hard to leave out. They're not leaving out a 12, and they're probably not leaving out an 11-win team, to be frank. Although 11-2 conference title game loser is a different case. Notre Dame, though, they're going to have some interesting schedule scrutiny as well. Now, I think that they get some probably leeway from the committee because of how much complaining they did last year when they got left out, right? But I mean, if they were to go 1-2 against that BYU, SMU, Miami slate, and especially if that one doesn't come against Miami, the rest of their schedule, I think they play 4 of the bottom 5 teams from the Big Ten and 4 of the bottom 5 teams from the ACC, and that's just not going to be looked upon. I mean, not only do you not have very many ranked teams on that schedule, but Mark, you don't have very many bowl teams at all. So Notre Dame's going to be really interesting. I think they're also going to be really good. So
well, that's the other side of this, too.
They probably will find a way to go 2-1. Yeah, that. I think they're pretty damn loaded.
But SMU goes there November 21st. Let's just say SMU loses to Louisville, loses to Notre Dame, and they're 10-2, and they go to the ACC championship and lose. Are they getting in? They can't get in front of Notre Dame.
I don't think 10-3 ACC is in.
Right. So that's where I'm getting at with Notre Dame. I think they hold a lot of cards this year because they're going to be good. And if BYU, SMU, Miami aren't winning the conference, they're going to be judged by Notre Dame a little bit, aren't they?
For sure. Yeah. And the head-to-head there would play. And obviously Notre Dame doesn't play the extra, the extra game because they're not in a conference. They don't play a conference title game. Man, it would probably depend on the community would probably have to go a little bit further down the card and say, okay, who were the other common opponents they played, right? Did Notre Dame smoke those guys where SMU kind of just was in close dogfights? That's going to be a really complicated one. I do think you're going to get some bloated records from NC State, SMU, Louisville, and Miami in the conference. I mean, those teams, like their conference draw is way easier than the teams who have it tougher, like Clemson, Florida State, North Carolina. I was modeling this out. Like the average opponent that you face in the ACC for Florida State is twice as difficult as what NC State faces. Like the average power rating was like a 9.5 compared to like a 4.1.
And the ACC, Louisville's a good team. Who's the ACC team we're not talking about, Bud? Because that to me is the conference that they can get multiple teams. You just brought up Louisville. NC State thinks they've got a great quarterback. Is there a team in the ACC we should be paying more attention to than just Miami, Clemson, SMU?
I told one of my co-hosts, said, look, I will take Miami, Louisville, NC State, and SMU. And if one of those teams doesn't win the ACC, I'll buy our entire team dinner. If some but if they do, you guys got to buy apps and we'll split the rest of the check. That's how confident I am it's going to be one of those 4 teams because of the uneven schedule that the ACC spit out this year, right? Like, so if you want to talk spoiler, I think Cal is a team that's going to probably play spoiler for one of those teams I just mentioned. But I don't see somebody else rising up to be the conference champion other than those 4 teams. Cal, though, they have Jaron Kiabe-Sakapuatele, who's like a hard name to say, but not hard to see how talented he is, right? Like this guy is pretty easily a top 5 or top 10 quarterback in the country this year. And they have much better receiver room this year. Offense should just be absolutely dynamite. Defense, it may look like those old school Pac-12 games where they're playing a lot of 50-40, but I think when that offense is clicking, they certainly have the capability to play spoiler in that league.
All right, SEC Media Days got going yesterday. Sankey talked about, yes, the conversations about leaving are there. Early in the show, I said this to me, and I know it's not Saudi money, but this is Live Golf. If the SEC were to do their own thing without the Big Ten before this TV deal's done, I think the rest of the world of college football would look pretty badly upon them. And I don't think they can do anything without ESPN's permission, quite frankly. Is this just a lot of talk?
Sure. I think it's just posturing. To be honest, like, should I give it a 0% chance? No, but I'd be pretty close, right? I think this is posturing for them to basically use against the other leagues and with the other networks, right? And against this congressional bill. You know, when you look at this, part of like what makes the SEC special is this like SEC versus the world mentality, right? And I don't think you get that if you go and silo yourself away from the rest of the conferences. You know, I think what they're looking for is much heavier revisions from the bill that's making its way through Congress because they don't want some of those elements, right? And I just don't think that this makes a whole lot of sense for them to do. Then they also have to own their own governance, right? And then, like, you go back to the 80s in the SEC when everybody was constantly getting on probation because they were all snitching on each other, right? So I don't know if this is really all that smart for the SEC, but I think it is smart to talk about because it's great leverage and great posturing.
Is Sankey getting himself in a tough spot here, however, because, well, the coaches don't want 12 teams. The more teams in the playoff, the better it is for the SEC. And Sankey holding this, 12, 16, 24 thing hostage, is he, I don't know, putting himself in a tough spot?
Well, I think the coaches do want to expand.
Right, but he doesn't.
Yeah. No, and Sankey is right on this for his league, actually. Because if you model this out, like the share for every additional marginal spot that is added to the playoff is basically like fractionally reduced for the SEC. So that's a lot of math here on a Tuesday morning. But basically, like the SEC gets a great number of teams in at 12, right? If you were to go to 24, they actually, like, they do not stand to benefit the most. Like the conference that would stand to benefit the most by far is actually the Big Ten, because the Big Ten, like, then you'd be getting a lot more teams like Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota in. And the SEC doesn't have enough of that, right? Like they would add, basically, I've modeled this out. Like, just trust me on this. The Big Ten, crushes in terms of like how much gained compared to what the SEC would gain over what they have now. So I think Sankey's actually smart, and I think your coaches are also smart to want it because they'd say, hey, if I make the playoff more often, then I don't get fired as often, right? But like from a business case for the SEC, they're smart to not want to go to 24. 16, I think, was sort of like the break even there.
Okay. All right. Quickly on this bill, because there's a lot of talk about it, and I haven't spent a lot of time on it this morning. One of the things that I noticed was this whole 19-team conference, which basically to me says, hey, we'll let Notre Dame in, but for other teams to leave conferences, are they, what is it, a 5-year being an independent? I mean, that's telling Clemson, Florida State, and Miami, you can't leave the ACC.
Yeah, like I pay attention to what's in the bill because I want to see what direction it's going. I really don't think they have the votes for this. We've looked at this pretty hard. The only thing they might be able to do here is slip it on like at the end of the session as like a rider to like a budget bill, right? Like something that like has to pass. And at the end of the session, they all want to go home and like, all right, cool. We'll just throw this bill on at the end of this and get it passed. So I don't think it's like a thing that's very likely to get passed, at least not in its current form. I think that like that was kind of a ham-fisted approach that they proposed the other day because like Senators Cantwell and them, they realized that their initial approach was going to block like teams like Washington State from their own home state they represent from moving up if they ever got a chance to move up. It's like, oh, oops. Wait, we also accidentally with our wording blocked the group of 5 teams for moving up. Well, that's probably not smart. So this seems like something that is sort of barbell. It would benefit the SEC and the Big Ten because they get to kind of cement their status as the top 2, and it would benefit the group of 5 in theory, although it doesn't really help them because the Big Ten and the SEC don't want Washington State or, Memphis, obviously. But at least it makes them feel good that they could move up in theory if they wanted to. But it kind of screws the ACC and the Big 12, I think. And given who basically sponsors this bill, which is Cody Campbell, the Texas Tech, chair and oil billionaire, I have a hard time seeing that provision stick in its final form.
All right. I mentioned the ACC and a sleeper team. Give me the team in the SEC no one's talking about, but they should.
Ooh, okay. In the SEC, man, they talk about them all. All right. So
to me, it's Oklahoma. Who, they're not getting the love that Texas and Georgia and LSU and Alabama get. I don't know if I'm off base with that, but I think they're pretty good.
If Mateer figures out how to actually like hit guys in stride and like actually just hit the open guy and hit his layups, I could see Oklahoma being really damn good. And like legitimately winning the league. That's probably a really good one. I don't think people are talking about A&M much, and I'm not super high on A&M because I'm just not sure I'm actually a true believer in Marcel Reed. But if he figures it out, like those are 2 teams, right? Like you kind of like the pieces all around the quarterback. And if the quarterback just maybe now that he's 23 or 24 years old or whatever, like maybe now that he's just older, more veteran, he just has the light bulb come on. Like that's a formula that can work. And like maybe those are 2 I would give you. If Tennessee's freshman quarterback, Faison Brandon, if he's actually like a phenom, they do have some really nice pieces on that team. Like that offensive line is very, very good. You look at like Kentucky's offensive line, how excited they are about that. Well, guess what? Like your starting left tackle at Kentucky wasn't going to start for Tennessee, right? Like they've done a great job recruiting that offensive line. They have a good back. They feel good about the receivers. If this true freshman quarterback actually is like a phenom, like a Bryce Young was, maybe they got something.
All right. Yeah. A&M worries me just because they've got to replace so much in the trenches on both sides of the ball. It's tough to have all those guys go to the NFL and be similar next year. So,
I am high on Florida, by the way.
By the way, is this year a 9-3 team makes the playoff?
I think this year's a year that a 9-3 team could make the playoff if it's like the right 9-3 team. I would circle like Texas, Ohio State, Oklahoma as probably the 3 that would have a real 9-3 case. Just because they have a real challenging non-conference game and the draw in the conference is also really, really pretty tough.
I think Florida's there too, but you're right. The non-conference schedule kind of holds them back. He's Bud Elliott, Covered 3 podcast. If you're a college football fan and you're not downloading it, you are truly missing out. Bud, I know you're on a little mini vacation right now, so thanks for taking a few minutes. Enjoy that Quinn's Burger later today, my friend.
I will. All right, guys. Be well.
Bud Elliott here.
Person David.
Thank you, Bud. We appreciate it, man. Bud Elliott on Miller and Moulton. Obviously, that's where our thoughts are. David's out today. David's out tomorrow. When I have more updates, I will share them with you. But he is going to be missing the next 2 days. Trent Bally is going to help us out in the Pro Hour for a couple of segments. And my favorite part of the show today was the day when to see what things Trent actually knows. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move. From pricing your home to negotiating the best deal, I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and the best personal service. That's the difference.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What do you say, Trent?
Morning.
Oh, you're not even in the office yet. Look at you.
Right after the show, Mark.
All right.
Do I sound okay?
You sound fine.
All right, good.
How was the show last night?
Oh, I loved it.
Okay.
It's a pretty low bar for me, but I loved it. For all those who don't know, I was at the Motley Crue show
Well, nobody knows.
at Pine Knob. Yeah.
Lawn or seats?
Seats.
Okay.
And I was right behind the tech booth, Mark, so I was probably like
Yep. I know right where you were.
16 Yeah. I was right there. There was a railing in front of me. There was nobody like standing up, being obnoxious in front of me. So
Who
I
did
got
you go with anybody?
No, myself. One
Look at
ticket.
you. You are something. You are something. That is the difference between the young people in my life, Trent being one of them. My son went to Billy Strings for 2 days. Trent went to an 80s metal band. David's out tomorrow, so if you can do it, I need you, kid.
Yeah, I got you.
All right. I don't know what I'm going to talk to his wife after the show, and I don't know what the rest of the week holds.
We'll talk.
Yep.
But I got you.
I tried to have a father-son Tuesday. My son told me no. Literally, what was his comment? I don't think I can do it. Way too underprepared. I'm like, I've been underprepared for 20 years. Like you can't give me 5 segments, but all right.
It makes me laugh because what do you think I am? You know, I was going to ask you that, Mark, on the phone yesterday. I'm like, what about your son? Wouldn't he step in?
I try. Well, he's got to be to work at 8. That's his biggest problem. And he can't miss his job. His boss would never let him.
Strive for greatness, Mark. Strive for greatness right here. LeBron James.
Yeah, whatever. Can't believe at 41 he's holding the league hostage for a schedule.
He's not holding anybody hostage.
Stern flat out said,
that's on Stern. That's on Silver. The man's 41 years old. Let him make his decision when he wants to.
Yeah, it's all about LeBron.
He's not making it about him.
Right.
He hasn't said a word.
Yes, actually he has. I'm trusting the process. I've done this. He's being as cryptic as he can be so he can keep this going as long as he can.
Oy. I get both sides. But Elliott is incredible, by the way.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Well, that's half right. The Pro Hour. Hello, Tampa. Hello, Jacksonville. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. If you missed any of the show, you missed Steve Carney talking Rays. You missed Angelique Chengelis talking about the things in Ann Arbor at the University of Michigan. And you missed Bud Elliott. Trent Bally joins us for the final hour of the show. Trent will be with me tomorrow. David off today, David off tomorrow. We'll keep you posted. I know Seth Everett is on the show tomorrow. Other than that, I've got to get to work. Thursday, Matt Baker will join us from SEC Media Days. And Pat Kerwin will join us as well. If we ever get a decision out of the 41-year-old, we may check in with someone in Cleveland or Miami or Philadelphia. If he goes to Golden State, we're SOL. But Trent, good morning. How are you? After a rockin' evening, are the ears ringing this morning, my friend?
They are a little bit. And great morning to you, Mark. And of course, first and foremost, thoughts with David Moulton, our friend and colleague, and all the other great things. But yes, I saw Motley Crue last night at Pine Knob in Detroit. It was a blast. I heard all the songs I wanted to hear. I thought Vince Neil sounded surprisingly on key, which I've seen a lot of videos of him sounding horrendous, forgetting lyrics, out of breath. He sounded okay, and the rest of the band crushed it, so I enjoyed it.
Is he fat?
Oh, he's huge.
I actually saw Vince Neil when I lived in Atlanta. I want to say it was the summer of 1994. It was before I think I left for Nashville, or it was summer 93, summer 94. It was the first tour that he did without Motley Crue. He was opening for someone, met him before the show, had a friend by the name of Katie Kiley who did afternoons on 96 K-Rock in Atlanta at the time. And she was the one who interviewed everybody. And she was live at Lakewood Amphitheater and had Vince Neil on. And I was with a buddy who ended up playing for the Tampa Bay Lightning. He went between Atlanta and Tampa, mostly Atlanta, by the name of Chris LaPuma. He was our tough guy. And Pooms was a rocker. And so we were all in there and got to meet Vince. And Chris gave Vince one of his jerseys. And during a little mini solo or whatever, Vince kind of ran off stage, get a drink or whatever he did. And he came back out with LaPuma's jersey on. And I literally thought Chris was like, I did not cry, but like break down. Like he was the most excited human ever. And 15,000 at Lakewood. The nights were pretty popular, went nuts. It was a pretty cool scene, and he could still sing then. So I've seen him do the Crue songs. I'm glad you got to see a band that you love and went in with the right mindset, because if you went in with too many expectations, you can be let down. It sounds like you went in with a very low bar for a band you love, and they at least met or exceeded your expectations.
Yeah, well, you and I talked yesterday before I went to the show, and it was pretty much what I expected. I mean, it was a low bar, like I said. He cleared it. It was fine. Nikki Sixx is on point. Tommy Lee is on point. They now have John Five playing guitar. He's a Grosse Pointe native, so he's from this area in Michigan. So there was some love for him as well. And it was fun. It was fun. What can I tell you? It's 80s rock music. I know your wife went to a Bon Jovi concert a few weeks ago or last week. When was that? That sounded like that was fun for her. There's nothing like nostalgia. And although I wasn't around at that time, it's always been my favorite genre. So I had a blast, Mark.
Good for you. I'm glad you got to go see him. I'm glad you had fun. It's a great venue. Pine Knob for outdoor amphitheaters. I know Blossom, and there's the one in Wisconsin that's great. There's some great theaters across the country. I will put Pine Knob in its setting up against anywhere to see a show. It's fantastic. So glad you got to do it. We talked with Angelique Chengelis, and obviously you bleed Spartan Green more than I do. You take this still personally. I've tried as best I can to let it go, but I am curious the vibe in Michigan, because, as I mentioned to Angelique, Yzerman gets fired as general manager, but not really, because he's named the special advisor to the president. He got fired up. Ward Manuel gives his end date at the end of the year, but he's going to be the special advisor to the president. I mean, getting fired up is a new thing in the state of Michigan. I'm just curious, how's Michigan fan handling this? Because there is no transparency. We didn't see any of the documents. Michigan put out an outline. So just what's the vibe up there on how this whole thing went down? Are they defending Manuel? Did they want him gone? Where is everyone on this?
They're all, from my perspective, all defending Ward Manuel. And it's because they just want to win, baby. And I understand that there's a spot for that. This is sports, right, Mark? So I get it. He's the athletic director. He's not the president of the university. However, if that were the case, maybe things would be a little different. But the Dave Portnoys of the world, who have gone silent, by the way, and the Michigan sports fan has been all over this. They don't care. They just want to win championships. They don't care how they get it.
By the way, you pick any other school in the country and you tell them, and maybe Notre Dame would be the exception, maybe any SEC school, Michigan State, Ohio State, you name the damn school that wouldn't trade the things that have happened at Michigan for a natty in football and basketball. Because I can tell you this right now, sign me up.
And maybe that's fair. That's fair. And
you wouldn't trade it as a Sparty. You wouldn't trade a basketball and a football natty for what's happened. Hell, we had Nassar. It was 40 times worse, and we didn't win.
Yeah. And that's been my whole thing throughout this, Mark, is not to get into the weeds of the Michigan State stuff, but the closets in Michigan State's the skeletons in Michigan State's closet have been shown. And I think that's the problem that a lot of institutions and universities have with Michigan is they're denying everything and deflecting everything. It's like, just own it. You cheated. You cut corners. You won championships. So what? Isn't that all you want? Isn't that all you care about? And I think the problem that Michigan deals with is they have a huge sports fan base and a smaller alumni base. It's not a small alumni base by any means, but I'm just saying it's one of the bigger brands as far as college sports goes. And the fans are louder than the alumni are. The alumni probably want to get things cleaned up a little bit. But the noise up here, Mark, to answer your question, is that they're deflecting. They're deflecting everything. Fans and alumni right now are deflecting everything because until it's proven, you're innocent until proven guilty, all this stuff, right? And Angelique, I think, said it best. I was listening to the first or the last hour of your show. Transparency is not something you associate with the University of Michigan, if you know what I mean.
Well, I will say, sign me up for a natty in football and basketball. I'll take it. I'll take the slings and arrows that go with it.
But Mark, here's the thing. You're a proud alum of the university. So you're not just a fan, you're an alum. I understand in sports, you can put the asterisk next to titles, you can take banners down, whatever. That moment, that memory, being a fan is completely different than being part of the university.
Yeah.
Would you be okay with Michigan State doing exactly what Michigan has done?
Yes. Where do I sign?
That's where we disagree.
Do I sign? I'll sign up right now. Steal
Mark.
signs. Win. Absolutely, I'll sign up. Ask a Gator fan. Gator, you going to sign up for that? Now, you just won a natty in basketball not too long ago, so maybe you wouldn't. But I think you do damn near anything to get one full. Hey, Florida State. Here's it for you. Would you sign up? How about Miami? Of course you would. Come on.
Well, here's my thing, Mark. I understand. Again, it's separating sports and integrity because as a fan, of course,
there is no integrity in sports anymore.
But there should be. That's my point. We got to get back. The pendulum has swung so far that anything goes, and unless you're caught, you're innocent until proven guilty, all that BS. I would rather have just old school. You know me, Mark. I'm a Tom Izzo guy. I want to have recruits that stay for 4 years and win national championships. I'd rather win that way than win the dirty way.
Okay, well, that doesn't happen anime
I know, and that's the problem.
I need to bring you into reality. This is called the NIL world where everybody gets paid. And I am interested in the linebacking coach lawsuit because the Sharon Moore thing has nothing to do with national titles. Nothing whatsoever. So I think they need to be separated. Dusty May won a natty. He did it, he did it in the current fashion. It wasn't cheating. He won. He went and bought the best players, and he coached the out of it.
Well, there are tampering allegations against him, but I know it's nothing close to
allegations. There's not a damn thing proven. Stop.
I know.
All right. Miller and Moulton, Trent Valley, defending integrity on this show. He's the one standing up for what's right. I'm the one saying win at all costs, baby. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Give me some of that rocket fuel that Michael Waltrip tried to use at the 500. Whatever it takes, baby. Whatever it takes. Now, I'm not going to defend the Astros and but the Astros, Michigan, they haven't taken down any titles yet as far as I know. Talking with Trent Valley here in the pro hour of the show. I am curious also, one last thing. The Tigers have a big month ahead of them. We've been talking about the Rays and the Marlins a lot, and the Marlins have, they stumbled into the All-Star break, and now they keep losing. The Rays righted the ship last night. Detroit's playing really well. Unfortunately, Boston's playing better than anybody in baseball, and Detroit, goes 2-3 in Anaheim and loses a game towards the wild card. From what they've said, they're not going to move Skubal. It's going to have to go poorly the next 2 weeks for that to happen. Has the fan base changed? Do they want to trade Skubal, or do they still think if they get in, they can win the whole thing?
Well, it's hard to answer for the fan base because Tigers fans are always rose-tinted glasses. You think I'm bad. You should talk to some of the other fans down here. They love Scooble. He's their guy. You got to move him. You have to. I think the intelligent, I don't want to call myself intelligent, but the Tigers fans who watch every game and know the big picture understand that you have to move him, because if you don't move him, he's going to walk for nothing. You're not going to pay him. You know who your owner is. You know who Tarek Scooble's agent, Scott Boras, is. You're not going to get him for anything less than a ridiculous contract that, quite frankly, Mark, he's not worth. So the fan base probably wants to keep him around, but that's just because they love Tarek Scooble and golly gee whiz. The smart answer is let him walk, or not let him walk. Get rid of him before you let him walk, and get whatever you can back for him.
The problem is, I don't know how much teams are going to be willing. I will say the one thing to pay attention to, Ohtani's throwing off a mound again later this week. If Shohei can't pitch for the rest of the year for whatever reason, the Dodgers, who have the best farm system in the game, could actually make a big move for Scooble. Miller and Moulton, Trent Valley helping out.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller, or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What? It's a good call, Sonny. We will. But see, he's not that way. Trent actually works hard. He's actually raised right. He has good parents.
Sonny, what Gen Z question are you referring to?
Oh, you'll get it. Don't you worry.
We're going to do this on the air. It's an on-air question.
Yeah. I did a segment on it already. And we're going to talk LeBron. I'm going to go right to your wheelhouses today, Trent.
Strive for greatness, baby. The greatest we've ever seen. LeBron James.
Okay. You've got to stop. You've got to stop with that, Trent. Trent, it's the wrong take. It's bad
not.
take, and it irritates our audience immensely because you're inaccurate. You have no clue. You didn't see one play. You don't have a frame of reference here.
He's played my entire life. I'm 26 years old. He's never been bad. He's come up short in certain moments. He has been great consistently my entire life. How can I have any other opinion than that's the greatest player I've ever seen?
That you've ever seen. You just said he's the greatest player of all time. That's two completely different things.
Michael Jordan played 9 years that he didn't win a championship. He just happened to win championships 6 of those 15 years, and that's all anyone remembers at all. Not you, because you're a Pistons fan, or at least used to be, and you saw the bad boys beat him up a little bit. But no one talks about any of Michael Jordan's shortcomings ever. They don't talk about anything outside of the 6 championships. LeBron has a microscope on him.
What are his shortcomings?
94 when he came back, 95, when he came back and dropped 55 in the Garden, and everyone's like, Michael Jordan's back, and then he gets the ball stolen from him by Nick Anderson against the Orlando Magic.
So his shortcomings having the ball stolen from him?
Yeah, absolutely. If people are going to nitpick LeBron like that, then yeah, I'm going to nitpick Michael Jordan. How about playing with Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman and Horace Grant, some of the greats? LeBron's played with great people too, but everyone wants to talk about LeBron.
Horace Grant, one of the greats. Holy cow.
Horace Grant's a very solid player. Horace Grant is
one of the greats. Don't back off of that. You can't do that.
He is. What if I said Kevin Love, one of the greats? Kevin Love, Horace Grant. Who would you rather have?
Probably Kevin Love.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's a coin flip, but I got you.
Red Dog, you're going to hate me for this. I never went to a show at Chastain when I was there. I understand it's a great spot, but it was smaller. They didn't get the shows. I went to a lot more clubs when I was in Atlanta because the bands that I liked were at the Roxy, and there was obviously the Fox I've been to a couple of times. But I never went to Chastain for anything.
Chastain is legendary.
Back then they had a lot more, I would say almost like eclectic and softer shows, and I was into rock.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Trent Valley joining me this morning.
It's a big sigh out of you, Mark.
Yeah, you're the reason for it. But Trent, I have a question to ask you. Because there was a story done, and I brought it up early in the show this morning, that Gen Z people, the generation that you are a part of, seemingly blame their parents for everything. In fact, 20% of them blame their parents for nearly any shortcomings they have in their life. You don't seem to be a blame guy with your own things. You blame a lot of other things, it was sports-wise. But do you blame your parents for any of your physical or mental deficiencies?
No, I don't. And I know this is more of an in-jest question, but I'll make it a little bit more morbid and serious. No, I've battled cancer. My parents were right there with me the whole way. They helped me through it. My parents have picked me up and helped me through moves to Florida to work with you guys, to Tennessee, to work elsewhere, back to Michigan. They've let me live at home. They've always had a bedroom for me. No, I don't blame my parents for anything whatsoever. I can't say a bad word about my parents.
I can't either. I don't know your mom as well. You know how much I love your dad. So I'm glad to hear you say that. So there you go. Someone asked, we talked about it earlier, brought up some stats about Gen Z and millennials and things of that nature. So I had to ask you, I was asked to ask you the question, and I did so on air. If you could answer other sports questions the way you answered that, I'd respect even more.
Well, if I was forced to say a bad thing about my mom, I couldn't. But if I was forced to say a bad thing about my dad, it would be that he hates ZZ Top. He doesn't like ZZ Top.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I just wanted to throw that in there. If I was forced with a gun to my head to say something bad about my father, it would be that he doesn't like ZZ Top. They have some classics.
Well, Billy Gibbons is an underrated guitar player. That's the one thing I will say. There was an interview Dick Cavett did. I mean, this is 100 years ago because Jimi Hendrix was alive. Asked Hendrix who the best guitar player going was. He said Billy Gibbons. That's a fact. All right. You love your hoop. It is of the pro leagues, the NFL. Well, the Lions are your favorite team, but is the NFL your favorite league or is the NBA your favorite league?
That's a great question. The NFL edges out the NBA. Like it's very close. Like you're right. The Lions are by far my favorite team that I follow, but as leagues, the NBA is just like a hair below the NFL. But still followed very closely, if you know what I mean.
All right. So your guy, LeBron, has not yet picked where he's going to play this year. It looks as if Miami is the odds-on favorite right now, followed by Cleveland, then Philly, and then Golden State. Adam Silver wants him to make his decision because apparently we can't get an NBA schedule until the 41-year-old decides where he's going to play.
Right.
Given the fact that Miami is the odds-on favorite, and I know your love for LeBron, and I'm not going to have another argument about LeBron Jordan. It's not worth anyone's time. We did it. It's over. What do you think LeBron makes the Heat? They have Giannis. They have Bam. I think this would have been a great team if they were playing the Bulls in the 90s. I don't think this is a great team in today's game. No one can shoot. I mean, LeBron's not a great shooter. Bam's not a shooter. Giannis is not a shooter. They're three big guys. In a different era, this team may have been undamn stoppable. I don't think it's anything better than the fourth best team in the East. What do you think if he ends up in Miami? And if you were LeBron, based on the four teams that give him the best, he wants to win. I get it. Golden State, Philly, Cleveland, Miami. Where would you pick?
I would pick Miami. And the reason is you're going to team up with a superstar in his prime, Giannis, although it is the end of his prime and he's a little bit.
He's hurt a lot. So, okay. Yeah. All right.
I was just going to say he's injury prone. So he's at that point, but he did just win a championship 5 years ago. He's played at a high level. There's been no signs of drop off from Giannis other than the injuries. And then with Bam Adebayo, he's also in his prime. He just dropped 83 points last year. I know your audience is well aware. And I just feel like LeBron, here's the thing, Mark. I know this sounds ridiculous. He can't go to Golden State. He can't. If he does, it's going to really hurt people like me who defend his honor and his legacy because LeBron has that little detail of he's won championships everywhere he's gone. So he has to go back to either Cleveland or Miami to narrow it down. And I think of the two, he should go back to Miami. Because I think the West right now, teaming up with Giannis, teaming up with Bam, and you're right, Mark, they have to get more shooting, but Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra and that brass will find a way to build a team around LeBron. They've done it before. They'll do it again. I mean, LeBron is worth his weight in gold in Miami. It's just as much home for him as it was in Cleveland, even though it's only 4 years. But to answer your question, I would go back to Miami. That's where I would go. I think that's the best situation.
That's interesting because I don't think I think at best they're the fourth best team in the East with LeBron. I do. I think with Cleveland, he's got a shot to win. I think the players I think the team that he would go to in Cleveland has a better chance to win a championship. I could argue Philadelphia would give him a better chance to win a championship than Miami, because like I disagree. Giannis is going to be 32 in December. I don't think he's in his prime anymore. He played 36 games last year. He does. I mean, I know we don't have to play a full season to be, that's the NBA now. So you play 65, 68 games, whatever the hell it is. You may end up being right, Trent. But to me, if I were to rank the East teams, I think I might go Philly, Cleveland, Miami.
And I think you're right about that. That's not the question. I think if LeBron goes to Miami, it's been documented and reported that he doesn't want to take a pay cut, which I understand people don't like. But if you look at Cleveland, they have two bigs who are really good playing in the post. And if you even back out further than that, they'd probably have to get rid of James Harden. And then you have two bigs who, Evan Mobley can shoot the three a little bit, but historically LeBron with Chris Bosh, Kevin Love, it's been Anthony Davis even. It's been maxing guys out to play as a stretch 4 or a stretch 5 instead of just playing in the post. I don't think the fit is as good in Cleveland. I think the story'd be great. Trust me. If he goes to Cleveland, I'll be the first guy in line to get tickets to a game when the Pistons go there. But I guess my point is I think Miami's just a better fit because they have less of a filled out roster. So if they get LeBron, then they go out and find their shooters, as opposed to Cleveland, which is like, okay, we got LeBron. That's great. Now how do we trim the fat and make this roster fit around him?
Well, I mean, Harden already did the extension differently, so they could do it. They've got Mitchell. They've got Mobley. I like the team better. That's all. I don't know about three bigs in today's game was what you have in Miami. And there is the part that, LeBron's now fallen in love with golf, so he wants to be somewhere warm. That's why I think Miami and Golden State are at the front of this. I'm not messing around.
Well, and also
it's about your life too. I mean, it is. Don't discount that.
And nobody can blame him for that, and I don't think anybody is. But if you're looking into that, it's also like the life aspect. His family lives in LA. Miami's about as far as you can get away in the United States from that. So if he doesn't choose Miami, I'm sure that's part of the decision. I don't think you're crazy for bringing that up at all.
So we'll figure it out whenever it happens, and then the NBA can release their schedule and find out who the Lakers play on Christmas. Because after all, if the Lakers don't play against LeBron on Christmas, Santa won't come down the chimney. It's already been announced by Santa Claus that he's not allowed to go down the chimney until we find out where LeBron's playing on Christmas Day.
The big fella.
This thing just drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. I want an AD to get me natties, and I don't want to have to worry about the NBA schedule. That's all. I want to trade.
I don't know what was the NBA worried about where Michael Jordan was playing in 41.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at @MarkMiller or me at @DavidMoulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience, and With a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So Mark, this is funny because I know you're a LeBron. You're not a fan, but you don't hate LeBron. You know, a lot of guys your age hate LeBron.
I don't love the person, but I respect the hell out of the player. I think he's a ding dong as a human.
Okay, but I guess what I was getting to is I think it's hilarious how he has people from your generation all riled up right now. I just love it. Like the guy's 41 years old. He can't hurt his legacy.
I don't think he has our.
I don't think he can do anything to hurt his legacy at this point. Nothing.
Well, he doesn't. His legacy's not what you think it is.
Well, and that's your opinion, and that's fine. I'm cool with that. But I guess my point is, if he went out and played one more season, went to Miami, say Giannis blows out his knee, team sucks, they miss the playoffs, LeBron retires. Is that going to be brought up in the GOAT debate? It shouldn't be, but it will be because people.
See, the only people that are having the GOAT debate are people that are from your generation. Everybody else has already made it's not even a discussion.
Okay, but I guess, and I know this sounds ass backwards, but it's like you guys saw Michael Jordan and you just said that's the best. For me, it's like I saw LeBron. I'm like that's the best. I'm not going to see anything better.
The other thing I would say, it's not holding our generation back because no one in our generation cares about that league anymore.
That's also true.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. This league's lost the Gen X.
I do think the Knicks winning helped.
Oh, it was the monster number. Will they come back? I mean,
yeah.
Because the Knicks play hard. People could watch the Knicks that watched an old NBA and go, wow, I like the way that team plays.
Sure.
You know, OKC's and I think San Antonio getting in because they play pretty hard too.
Yeah.
And you know, OKC's a tough watch.
Well, I think even the Spurs play hard. Wemby is the only reason that kind of got, shifty at the end. But, I mean, the rest of that roster, holy cow.
Yep, they're very good. Very good.
MJ, the greatest athlete of all time. Stop.
That's a pretty tough debate. I mean, I think, you could argue Michael Phelps. You could argue, track and field. I think that's a silly, I think you just got to stick to the sport they're in personally.
Yeah. I go to the grave with Phelps. But I would tell you in boxing, Mark, who's the greatest boxer ever? Is it Ali?
He's the best.
It's hard because there's weight classes, right?
I mean, Sugar Ray was amazing.
Tyson, as an athlete, though.
No way.
Because my whole.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, wrapping things up on a Tuesday. Trent will be back tomorrow. Seth Everett will join us on the show as well. Everything else is up in the air. Got to figure that out. That's my between some doctor's appointments and a dentist appointment today. I'll be busy in the waiting room. That's all I know. But we'll try to figure some things out for tomorrow. Pat Kerwin, Matt Baker on Thursday right now. And then I'm hoping David's back on Friday. It will be 20 years on Friday for Miller and Moulton. I'm hopeful that we can do that show together. It would mean a lot to me. But obviously, David, his health is most important, and getting himself to where he needs to be is what he needs to focus on, not a radio show.
Time in the waiting room is friendly to the radio host who is trying to book guests. So, Mark, I hope you're able to put something good together. But, hey, Friday should be played for all that it's worth. So let's hope
we'll do our best. We'll do our best. We'll probably lean on a few people who have been frequent guests to the show. Maybe I've got some ideas. I gotta, like I said, we'll see what's happening. Tomorrow, I've got to travel up to Moffat for some tests. Nothing bad, nothing to worry about. Just Doc wants to do some things and he wants them done there. So I can't do it locally, which sucks. So I'll be in a car all day. I have to endure my mother for 6 hours because they're not going to let me drive after this procedure. What they don't know is that it's much safer for me under the influence of narcotics to drive than to have my mother drive back from Tampa. But I'll have her there to check me out, and then I'll break the rules and drive home. That's probably the way that will go. Quickly, Trent, because we're 50 days from the beginning of the NFL season. I love doing this with you because Mike Singletary is, to me, the clear-cut number 50. David Robinson is right there with him. Everybody else pales in comparison at number 50. But when I say number 50 to you, I love this because you're going to give me an obscure lion probably. When I say number 50 to you, who's my guess is lion or Spartan big man you're going with?
No, actually, I got nothing. I got Joel Anthony, wore number 50 for the Heat and the Pistons, but I also have Floyd Mayweather, 50-0. And when I ran into his father in the Rivertown Mall in Grand Rapids, Michigan, he was wearing a big bedazzled shirt that said 50-0. And so when I think of 50, I think of either 50 Cent in the rap game or I think of Floyd Mayweather in the sports game.
I love it. Love it. Well done.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today in 1853, Central Park was created when the New York State Legislature puts aside more than 750 acres on Manhattan. The first Battle of Bull Run was today, the first major battle in the U.S. Civil War. It was a Confederate victory. The Union knew they were in for a fight after today. The first Western Showdown took place in 1865 today in Springfield, Missouri. It was not any member of the Simpsons. It was Wild Bill Hickok who shoots and kills Davis Tutt, the first true Western Showdown. Today in 1925, John Scopes was found guilty of teaching evolution. Of course, that was in Tennessee. Let's see. Today in 1931, some sports, or they're kind of. The Reno racetrack, the first in the U.S. to use daily double wagering. 1963, Jack wins his first of 5 PGAs at the Dallas Athletic Club. Today in 72, George Carlin is arrested for his 7 dirty words routine. Charges were dropped. but it would propel the issue of indecent speech to the Supreme Court.
Do you remember watching that, Mark?
Oh, God, yes. I can recite them. And there's one that he did where he had the extended list, and Mongolian cluster blank was on it. And that's the one thing I remember from more than anything else. Oh, yeah.
Enough said.
Yeah, I mean, if you're my age, we listened to comedy albums. You know, whether it was Carlin or Pryor or Steve Martin, comedy albums were a big deal, and probably more so for people a little older than me. But this is where I would go to my grandparents' house, and my Uncle Larry, who was, and he's long passed, but he was about, my Aunt Renee's 10 years older, so Larry was like 13 years older than me. He had all these comedy albums, and I'd go in the basement and listen and laugh, and I heard words I was not supposed to hear. 1973, Jim Croce's Bad Bad Leroy Brown hits number 1. Unfortunately for Croce, 2 months later, he would die in a plane crash. 1979, Seve wins the British Open by 3 over Jack and Ben Crenshaw. Nicklaus was the runner-up for the 7th time. By the way, that's when we start comparing Tiger and Jack. Why most of us go Jack. It's not just the wins, it's the seconds and thirds. 85, Sandy Lyle wins his only British Open, beating Payne Stewart by 1. It was the last time the event had a double cut. They cut after 36 and 54. Pleasure Island at Disney, which is now Disney Springs, opened today in 86. I was there once and ran into the guy that Ralph Macchio beat in Karate Kid, and there were 4 or 5 of us there. We were all a little inebriated and all did the crane looking at him. He shook his head, turned around, and walked away.
Hey, speaking about generations and generation gaps, that is what you would call the main character in Cobra Kai for my generation.
Yeah, I've not seen that show. I heard it's terrific, by the way.
It is great.
A landmark album released today. I would put this up as with any band's debut album. Any band. Guns N' Roses release Appetite for Destruction today.
I've never been a big GNR fan, but yes, absolutely respect the game, respect the day. Coming out with fire like that on your debut album, it's hard to find bands that came out like that.
Exactly. Saw them, let's see, it's 87. I saw them a year later when just before Sweet Child of Mine would break at the Saginaw Civic Center. Still the best concert I've ever seen. Today in 89 on the Club MTV tour in Bristol, Connecticut, Milli Vanilli tracks go screwy as they're lip syncing to Girl You Know It's True. It would repeat over and over. It was later revealed that they didn't sing on their album.
Girl, you know it's girl, you know it's girl, you know. It's a great video. It's hilarious. They just run off the stage, Mark.
That's right. Today in 1990, Pink Floyd performed The Wall at the Berlin Wall. The Daily Show premiered today in 1996 with host Craig Kilborn. Today in 2011, the Space Shuttle program finished when the shuttle Atlantis landed at Kennedy Space Center. 30-year history, 5 orbiters carried more than 350 people into space, flew more than 500 million miles, serviced the Hubble Space Telescope, and helped in the construction of the International Space Station. Today in 2013, Mickelson wins his 5th major, winning the British at Muirfield. Shane Lowry wins his major today in 2019 by 6 over Tommy Fleetwood, and Xander Schauffele would win at Royal Troon today in 2014. All right, here's my favorite part of the show. Ernest Hemingway. Heard of him?
Yes, I have.
What did he do?
I heard of him. I've heard the name.
He was an author. Okay.
I don't read.
Don Knotts.
Nope.
Yep. Okay. Andy Griffin's show, among others. He was the deputy there. Robin Williams.
Of course.
Okay. They would have all celebrated birthdays today. Cat Stevens is 78.
Yep.
Any idea? Okay. All right. Al Herbowski is 77. I would not expect you to know who that is. The Mad Hungarian, tremendous relief pitcher. for the Royals and Cardinals, I believe. John
I would have
Lovett,
guessed hockey on that one.
you know
the
what?
last name.
It's a good hockey name. John Lovitz is 69.
Yes, comedian. Yep.
There you go. SNL. David Carr is 47.
Yep.
CC Sabathia, 46.
Big CC, of course.
And now we're in your wheelhouse. DeAndre Jordan is 38. And Erling Haaland is 26. Maybe to me, the breakout star of the World Cup. I mean, that's the breakout star.
Everyone was talking about Yamal with Spain, and, is he passing the torch? Is Messi passing the torch to Yamal? I think Erling Haaland has. I know Norway doesn't have quite the history that Spain or Argentina has.
And never will.
And never will. But Erling Haaland, as a player himself, holy cow. Yeah, he might have been the breakout star, maybe the best goal scorer in the world.
And I know now my daughter will watch Man City with me.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to the Netherlands for the good, where no one was on any brownies when they reported an animal on the loose. Turned out that it wasn't a kangaroo, but it was a wallaby that escaped. Police were able to capture the marsupial. His name was Skippy. He was safely returned home. For the bad, we go to Lakeland, Florida, where a 47-year-old man has been arrested again after a body wash heist. That's right. 3 suspects entered the store and stole body wash from a Walgreens.
A body wash heist.
Yes.
Those are 3 words I never thought I'd hear in my life.
$650 were taken. Gerald Cobbs, a 47-year-old, was arrested. It's not the first time he's been busted. Cobb's criminal history includes 27 felony convictions and 17 misdemeanor convictions, most of which are for theft. In a quote from the sheriff, our organized crime detectives recognized him almost immediately because they've dealt with him so many times before. If he would put as much effort into earning an honest living as he does stealing, he wouldn't keep ending up in jail. And finally, the ugly, we go to the Supreme Court via Alaska, where the Supreme Court agreed Monday to review an Alaska Bush pilot claims that state authorities have tried to illegally seize his airplane after a passenger brought a 6-pack of beer on a flight bound for a dry village. Alaska arguing that dry counties are a big deal in Alaska and drinking a bigger deal in these counties. A passenger packed beer with his other groceries. Now the pilot may lose his plane. We'll see if we can keep you updated on this one. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, July the 21st. And it's brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department, offering great pay, offering jobs other than police jobs, plenty of jobs available. Check out all information at capecops.com, capecops.com. All right, it is the doldrums of summer. We have nothing going on but baseball and I guess the WNBA. And I have to be brutally honest. I gave you the WNBA games yesterday. I did not give you the scores in the starting 5. For that, I apologize. Dodgers and Phillies continue tonight. Pretty good matchup on the mound. Zach Wheeler throwing for the Phils. Rays and Jays, Rasmussen on the mound for the Rays as they look to win again tonight. The Marlins trying to end that long losing streak. They are in Houston taking on the Astros. Red Sox and Orioles, game 2 of their series. Same thing with Pirates and Yanks. The Tigers and the Cubs, they'll try to get it completed on time today. Rain delay caused that game to end very late yesterday.
My brothers were there, by the way, Mark. My brothers went and checked off a bucket list item, Wrigley Field. They invited me. I politely declined because I had to go see Motley Crue.
You know what? I have to be honest. I'm okay with that decision. Where would I rather be? at a Motley Crue show in 2026 or Wrigley? Well, I'd pick Wrigley every time, but I've seen Vince Neil. You've never seen the Crew. Wrigley's going to still be there. So I'm all right with that. By the way, a huge WNBA night, 6 games. Man, that kind of action. How can you miss it? But Caitlin Clark is on USA Network tonight as they take on Connecticut. The Fever are 10.5-point favorites. We'll see if the Red Sox can match their all-time winning streak. It's been 80 years. Ted Williams was playing the only time the Red Sox have won 15 in a row. Will they do it tonight? Can the Rays continue to win after a little losing streak? And can the Marlins get back on the right side? Seth Everett on the program tomorrow. Trent will be filling in for David. I know you've got to get to administrative duties now, so thanks for taking an hour. Seriously, Trent, you know how much I appreciate you helping me out this final hour. We'll have some fun tomorrow, figure out what we're talking about. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Thanks so much for listening to Miller and Moulton.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at @MarkMiller or me at @DavidMoulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move. From pricing your home to negotiating the best deal, I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and the best personal service. That's the difference.
This is Miller and Moulton